Hello, everybody, and welcome to Elections Daily's coverage of the of the New Jersey elections. Today, we're going to be covering the New Jersey governor's race. We're also going to be covering the races for the state senate and the state assembly. All the races, not just the competitive races, and we'll be making projections there based off of Decision Desk, which will be providing us with results and projections, which you can catch um, with this link here that I just put in the chat. But yeah, we know Virginia for most people is the highlight of the night, but we're determined to make sure that you get to get your New Jersey updates as well. So it's 8 o'clock. Polls in the Garden State are officially closed, and we should have results coming in within the next half hour. In that span of time, we're going to start by taking a look at some of the key races we're going to be following tonight. If you saw my article, we provided ratings for the competitive races for the state senate and the state assembly. We'll start off with the two races, which are widely considered to be probably the most competitive in the state this cycle, definitely two of the most expensive campaigns for the state legislature. New Jersey's 2nd District and New Jersey's 8th District. So we'll start off with the 2nd District. You can see here a map of the 2nd District's last election in 2017. So if you go back far enough, the district is, it's never been not favorable to Republicans, but the last decade and a half, more so favorable to Democrats in general. This was held by a Democrat named Jim Whalen, and he was the ex-mayor of Atlantic City and served as a state senator from the 2nd District for quite a while. In 2017, he died before the election after announcing his retirement. So Chris Bell, a former freeholder who had unsuccessfully sought election to the assembly, he was nominated as interim senator, but he lost to Republican Chris Brown by about 7 points. As you can see on the map here. So if you look at the communities on this map, Buena Vista is really an anomaly. It voted for Trump in 2020. It's not essential to a Democratic victory. We expect it to vote for Palestina tonight. But you can see Atlantic City breaking for the Democrats there. A lot of voters there. Pleasantville City, smaller population, but very much a heavily minority community. 90% total minority population in Pleasantville City. And if you look at Hamilton and Egg Harbor townships, so Chris Brown won both of these. That's why he had, if you will, a lopsided victory. But both voted for Joe Biden. And Egg Harbor in particular should be a source of a lot of Democratic votes if Vince Mazzeo actually pulls it out and wins by a 7-point margin or something bigger than expected and more in line with the Stockton poll. But this is an entirely Atlantic County-based seat. If we're looking at the candidates in this seat, we have Vince Mazzeo, who is the senior assemblyman, serves with John Armato, and the Democrats largely consider him a strong ticket leader. The seat voted for Murphy by 17 last time, but we're not expecting Murphy to do anywhere near as well as he did in South Jersey last time. This year, voted for Biden by 10 points, which makes it a blue seat, unlike the 1st and 3rd Senate districts, which backed Trump, albeit narrowly in the 3rd. And the Republican nominee here is Vince Palestina. And before I throw it to the rest of the panel, Vince Palestina is a former assemblyman. The 2nd is one of a handful of districts over the last half-decade that have elected split delegations to Trenton. And, again, not a bad candidate at all by any means. Chris Brown actually resigned to take up a position in the Murphy administration. And Palestina has been appointed as the interim senator to the seat, but he has not been sworn in because the Senate has been out of session. So he will be sworn in after the election, very soon, in fact. This election today in this toss-up race that we're picking for the Democrat, we expect Mazzeo, we pick him as a narrow favorite, but we could be wrong. But after this election, Palestina will be sworn in as a senator. And if he loses, he will serve, basically 2.5 months until January 18th or whatever the inauguration date is. So that's one seat. Ethan, do you have anything to say about this seat at all before we move on to the 8th?
Did you introduce Vince Mazzeo?
Yeah, I did. So Mazzeo is the senior assemblyman. Again, he's been serving the longest, and now he's making the jump to Senate, a lot like Andrew Zwicker in the 16th district.
All right. Well, as Harrison stated, this district on like the federal level, like in top line, it generally goes pretty blue. It went for Biden by about 11 points in 2020. It went for Phil Murphy by 17 points in 2017. But despite it going for Phil Murphy by 17 points, Republicans have always been competitive here. They've held one of the assembly seats for all before 2017, and Chris Brown flipped his seat in 2017 by like 7 points. So we expect all indications that this seat is going to be very close. This time around, there are two great candidates on both sides. Tons of money is being poured in here. So despite how it looks federally, we expect it to be competitive.
Yeah, and it's really going to be interesting. Barring any big blows to our expectations, the 2nd and 8th districts should be, one of them will probably be the closest contest in this campaign at the end of the day. Here is the 8th district, the other race that was previously a toss-up, although we switched it to favor the Republicans, so we are expecting a Republican flip here. This is the 2017 result against the Democratic version, Younkin. In this case, George Younkin, not Glenn Younkin, like the Republican gubernatorial frontrunner over in Virginia tonight. But Dawn Marie Adiego was appointed to the seat back in 2011, and she was a Republican for most of her career. She was reelected by about 4 points, as you can see here. Not a very close race, but a competitive race nonetheless. In 2017 as a Republican, but she switched her party to the Democrats in 2019, and she's now trying to win the seat outright as a Democrat, something that hasn't been done in this Burlington County-based seat. Again, the bulk of the vote here is based in Burlington County, and I mean, we're talking, I calculated it, 82% of the votes in 2017 were cast out of Burlington. But again, she's trying to win as a Democrat, something that hasn't been done since 1973. So an even longer drought than a Democratic governor being reelected in New Jersey. The one strange, she's being challenged by Jean Stanfield, new to the assembly, said in the debate that was hosted by the NJ Globe that she decided to run for the assembly because she was motivated by Adiego's party switch. And that'll be an issue tonight. How much is the party switch, which some believe is really only motivated organizational Republicans, how much will it, really convince other Republicans to come out to vote as a motivating factor? But Adiego was also the sheriff of Burlington County for about 20 years. So, Stanfield was the sheriff of Burlington County for about 20 years. So they're both very well known in the community, very much so. And if you look at the 8th district overall, one of the things that makes it interesting, there are two things I'd note. If you see this blue, essentially, up here by West Hampton Township, effectively that is the part of the district with the highest black population. So compared to the neighboring 7th district, which is over 30% black, this district doesn't have a large black population, but it's more significant than the surrounding areas. And that's largely what broke in favor of Younkin last time. And those voters are probably going to break in favor of Adiego as a Democrat again this time. But I'd like to draw your attention to 3 municipalities that are very important in this district, all of which were won by Joe Biden. The district backed Biden by about 7 points last time. And that's Evesham Township, Medford Township, and Hainesport. So unlike most of the other districts in the state where you have really 1 or 2 communities that account for the bulk of the population, in this case, you don't have that. So you're likely going to see the candidate that's winning Evesham Township, Medford, and Hainesport. And Republicans should be doing well here down the ballot. That candidate will probably come out on top. But again, another expensive race here. We're picking it in the opposite direction, but it should come down to the wire. And we'll talk about our other races later, but we're actually getting our very first results in. And I think it's important to take a look at these results. So in the gubernatorial race, we're getting results in from 2 of the state's most reliably Democratic counties. First up, in Essex County, Phil Murphy is currently ahead, 10% in, and Governor Murphy has a little under 75% of the vote. And in Gloucester County, which is actually a swing county, at least at the presidential level in the last race, Murphy has a very early lead, almost certainly coming from the more Democratic northwestern parts of Gloucester County, with 68% in. So again, very much early. And again, we expect Gloucester to tighten. We rated it as a toss-up, although Murphy won it pretty easily last time. And then when it comes to the state legislature, the third district so far is the only district on the board of competitiveness, if you will, competitivity, that is reporting. And we rate it likely Democratic, but Steve Sweeney currently leads truck driver Edward Dewar in the third district. And most of the vote is coming from Gloucester right now. He has a very lopsided lead, but Gloucester is what matters most here. It accounts for 60% of the third district. So again, if Sweeney's leading there, that's definitely something that we want to see. But again, the GOP tried heavily to beat Sweeney 4 years ago with the NGEA endorsing Fran Grenier, and they spent $5 million, couldn't do it. That's still the most expensive legislative campaign in history. In terms of other projections here, hold on a second. The Democrats are projected to have won, I believe, in districts 29 and 30 with Joe Cryan and Teresa Ruiz, both of whom do not have a Republican opponent. So we'll throw it to the panel. Ethan, what are your thoughts on these results so far?
I mean, to be clear, these are really early, so I'm not sure how much we can get from them right now. But if you look at, since we know all the results are coming from Gloucester, you can see in the Gloucester results, Phil Murphy has 60% of votes. However, if you look at the state senate results, combine them all, you see state senate Democrats are getting at least 70% in every single district, meaning that they're significantly outrunning him in Gloucester, which is something you might expect in southern New Jersey, that area, that part of South Jersey.
Yeah. What do you think about these results, Dominic?
I had to back up Ethan on that. They aren't surprising to begin with. LD29 and the second district that you talked about. My mind is spinning right now. I have a school board candidate that I'm supporting. Can you hear me though? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. But these two results so far, they're not surprising. Democrats winning again. Maria Teresa Ruiz, she's going to be the next majority leader, as the New Jersey Globe has come out with. And we're going to see a big shift in leadership in both parties.
Thank you. And one thing that's notable in Essex as well, if you want to take a look at the county there, overall, so far, Citarelli is doing slightly better than Guadagno did 4 years ago. Guadagno only got 18.8% of the vote in Essex. Citarelli right now is at a little under 25% of the total vote being cast there. Murphy down from about 79% to 75%. Gloucester's definitely one that needs to tighten, but it's very, very early. So I would just wait.
These are also only just 10% of results in for
I know that's why I'm saying that we can't extrapolate much from this so far.
Do we know? It would be very useful. Do we know? I know for Virginia, we're looking at it. It's the state website tells you, their VPAP tells you. Do we have any way to know for these votes whether they were in person or absentee, early in person or absentee, or votes made today?
If I had to guess, they're probably not election day votes. But no, New Jersey does not have a brilliant website like VPAP, unfortunately. That's one of the things I love about Virginia, that they have VPAP. But no, if I had to guess, judging by how they're breaking, depending where they're breaking from Gloucester, we don't know for sure. That's the thing. But as the night goes on and we get further into this, we'll be about half an hour in. Eventually, we're going to start getting election day votes. But we're not operating like Virginia. I am pretty sure New Jersey will operate like the traditional state you saw in 2020, where the Republicans will start to catch up later on as election day votes are cast and counted. But yeah, as we said, on the path to the Senate majority right now, the Democrats obviously winning the 20th district and the 29th district, both uncontested. So those are the first two decision desk projections right now on our big board in the Senate. So if you want to go take a look at that, obviously uncontested races, obviously never on the board because you don't have any opponents there. But it's interesting nonetheless when you take a look at the District 20 race. Joe Cryan faced a challenge from the controversial Assemblyman Jamel Hawley in the primary. The line carried him through. Obviously, Hawley is now leaving the Assembly tonight and will not be in office next year, but Cryan will live to see another day, if you will. So we have those two seats early on. We're still waiting for results. Elsewhere, we have results from the 3rd district, which is another one that was kind of on the board. But again, we don't expect Sweeney to have a competitive race. We just have it falling within that realm of being competitive, meaning below a 20-point win, effectively, a likely Democratic race. But yes, we're just going to keep waiting on these results. Let's take a look at the Assembly numbers so far. Again, 3rd district, very early from Gloucester County, but Assemblymen Taliaferro and Berzichelli are both up reliably right now with those early figures. And in the Assembly as well, in the 20th district and the 29th district, first off, in the 20th district, incumbent Annette Quijano is expected to be reelected there, and Reginald Atkins, who is running right now for the other slate on the Democratic ticket there, vacated by Jamel Hawley. They're unopposed by Republicans, and in the 29th district, there's no Republican opposition either for Shanique Spite and Eliana Marin. So again, still waiting on competitive districts, still waiting on more numbers. We're actually getting early numbers out of Ocean County right now, 21% reporting. Phil Murphy with a 20-point lead, which again leads me to believe that with 21% in, that these are either VBM mail-in ballots, given the fact that Ocean is effectively the Republican bulwark of the state, or if not that, early in-person votes. Probably a combination of both. What do you think, Ethan?
Well, obviously, Phil Murphy's not going to be winning Ocean, so that's for sure. A few things. There are some of these. Most of these seem to be mail-in ballots, but some of them are actually reporting some in-person election day ballots. So, for instance, if you look at AP actually has the results broken down by precinct. So you see in Gloucester, 0 precincts are reported, which means that everything in Gloucester is currently early votes. But if you look at say like if you look at Camden, where according to AP, Chitterelli's ahead, all of that is in person, is in election day votes so far. So it's going to depend which one gets reported first in different places.
Mm-hmm. Yes, do you have any updates out of Virginia?
I've been looking at some of the numbers. Younkin is hitting his benchmarks in most counties. There are a few places that should probably worry him a little. And being so far behind, being in a state that Joe Biden won by over 10 points, he needs to clear his benchmarks. His margin of error is much lower than his opponents. But he's hitting them. He's exceeding them drastically in Loudoun. Turnout in parts of Southwest Virginia are slightly worrying, but he has a lead. It's still building. Current returns, which are going to obviously tighten drastically, he's up by currently over 10 points. But he's leading, and he looks. I'm not going to call him safe. I'm not going to say he looks strong, safe, but he looks strong.
Well, according to Ben Tribbett, actually, a prominent Democratic consultant in Virginia, he's actually called all three statewide races in Virginia for Republicans. So we'll see if anyone else backs him
Yeah,
up.
we're not going to discuss that on the stream because our decision desk hasn't called the races. So please refrain from discussing outside calls if they're made. We're focusing on our internal organization here and our internal results. And with that, we're going to get back to New Jersey again. Virginia, about half the vote in, roughly 50% statewide. And even if you look at the model that my friends Armin Thomas and Laksha built for Virginia, his target in Loudoun was about 43%. Right now he's at 44.2% with nearly 100% in, 99% in excess of that. So he's already outrunning his numbers there, outrunning his numbers in Brunswick, Henrico, Chesterfield, Montgomery, Virginia Beach. Effectively, when you compare it against the model numbers they had in predicting a McAuliffe victory, Younkin definitely in a good place right now. And furthermore, Winsome Sears, Mayares, and quite a few House of Delegates candidates for the GOP also in a good spot. But back to New Jersey. Again, we're waiting on the other. We don't yet have any of our key race legislative districts reporting. And we're just waiting on results and returns from the governorship. But again, we're only up to 2 seats called right now in the Senate, both unopposed, and 2 seats called right now in the Assembly. Again, in that unopposed race there. But we also have results in from Warren County. Again, heavily Democratic results because it's early, 19% reporting, and Murphy has about 64% of the vote. Again, something that we definitely expect to change. And unlike Virginia, we've still got a lot out here. 96% of votes remain to be counted. But yeah, are you seeing anything, Dominic, that you're interested in?
Well, first of all, do you guys hear background noise? How much do you hear?
A little bit, but it's not that big of a deal.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. So I'm looking at the votes reporting right now from the New York Times, specifically 3% in, 64% for Murphy, 34 for Jack Citarelli. And it looks like right now Ocean County is it's blue. It's just shaded blue. 59% for Murphy, 40 for Citarelli. But of course, it's early. Of course, 3% reporting. So of course we can't trust those results as of of course, this early. But of course, the results will be coming in as time goes on.
Yep, we're going to be waiting on further results coming in from the rest of New Jersey as more ballots are counted. But we're up to 6% reporting, getting early numbers out of heavily Democratic Camden County, where Murphy is at 74% of the total vote. And the legislative districts are beginning to report accordingly. We're getting our very first numbers out of the 8th Senate district right now, only from the Camden County portion. About 40% of the Camden County portion is in there. But again, a very insignificant part of the district. Younkin won the Camden County portion against Senator Adiego as a Democrat last cycle by 7.6%, and it only accounts for 11% of the district. So again, the fact that Adiego is up pretty heavily right now, while that is definitely a bigger margin than Younkin got in the same portion as a Democrat, you still are counting on 60% of the votes left in the Camden portion alone, and Republicans are going to obviously do better in the Burlington portion, which accounts for a much larger portion of the vote. Again, 82% of the vote was cast in the Burlington County portion of the 8th last time. Nonetheless, that's expected to end up being one of the marquee races tonight. Same thing in the Assembly race in the 8th. Allison Eckel and Mark Natalie hold a lead, pretty strong lead over Michael Tracy and Brandon Umba. But again, those results coming from the little sliver of Camden County that is reporting right now that is in that district. So we're going to be watching because, again, the 2nd and 8th districts are both going to tighten up. Districts 16 and 21 are also expected to have close Senate races when the night is through. Ethan, do you have any thoughts on how the 8th district is going to pan out tonight?
I mean, not enough votes in for me to say anything definitively, to be honest. But we'll see.
Yep, and yeah, again. In the meantime, if we're talking about some of these Virginia numbers, they continue to look good for Glenn Younkin right now. Decision Desk HQ is reporting 52% of votes have been cast in the Virginia gubernatorial race right now and counted. And Glenn Younkin is just below 55% of the total vote statewide right now. In Montgomery County, with 65% in, a good bellwether, Younkin is leading by 20 points right now. Montgomery voted for Ralph Norton by 9 points 4 years ago. In Chesterfield County, Younkin's up by 10 points with about half the vote reporting. That county voted narrowly for Northam by a little under about half a point. More importantly, in Henrico, he's seen a pretty solid improvement, 70% reporting there. McAuliffe is up by 10 points. That's about half of Northam's margin, which was 22.8. And most importantly of all, if you go up to Nova in Loudon, this was obviously the story of the night. But again, with in excess of 99% of votes reporting, Younkin at 44% of the vote. Fairfax, we're still waiting on. Prince William, still waiting on a lot of votes to be counted there. But in the counties where we have a significant percentage of the total votes cast counted, it appears good for Younkin. The Virginia Beach region as well, Younkin's up by 18 with 47% reporting. Virginia Beach, again, broke for its native son, Ralph Norton, by 5% 4 years ago. So you guys can have any brief thoughts on Virginia before we get back to New Jersey.
Virginia Beach is one of those counties which guys like us love, because they gave not quite hourly, but throughout the day they gave almost hourly reports on how many voters came out in each precinct. And so I just mapped out some of that data earlier as to which precincts were coming in and which weren't. In Virginia Beach, at least, and we'll see if this is replicated throughout the state. In some counties it looks like it was. Some counties it looks like it wasn't. Virginia Beach isn't really reporting. Oh, it is reporting results already a bit. But the precincts, the turnout in Virginia Beach today, right, Tuesday, November 2nd, was in some places completely outran. In some places was very similar to the turnout in November 2020 for the election day turnout. But the early vote was double. It was more than double last year than it was this year. So that heavily favors Younkin and the down ballot Republican candidates. And if you look at the Virginia Beach area House of Delegates races, almost all of them, at least currently, are trending towards the Republicans. If the Republicans flip the House of Delegates, it will be on the back of the Virginia Beach area, and it will be because they had an election day vote that was better than presidential election year's election day vote.
Yep, and again, by all counts, so far, much better than expected for Younkin. We have not been deceived, like many were expecting in a repeat of 2017. He's up by 10 points overall across the state, and Winsome Sears, Winsome Sears right now has a higher percentage of the total vote share, but again, there's no third-party candidate in that race. Mark Herring is doing the best of the Democrats in the state. But we are going to get back to New Jersey as we get more results in. We have not officially called Virginia over at Decision Desk. Until then, it looks very strong for Younkin and the rest of the state GOP. And it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. In New Jersey, at the moment, these are probably almost all VBM counts because these align with the stuff I've seen from the Rabovich reports, which are, generally showing that almost all VBMs are probably going to be Democratic votes, and that the rate of return might have been higher among Republican people that got VBMs than Democratic voters, but that just in general, looking at the report, more Democrats and unaffiliated voters tend to return or vote by mail in this election. So again, we're really in this waiting period right now, if you guys know what I mean, where we only have 6% of the vote reporting. So there's really not much to say about New Jersey. It's just really way too early to make any conclusions, which is why we're focusing on some of the stuff going on in Virginia. So since the Republicans seem like they're in a good place at the top line in Virginia, why don't we go through real quick from our big board and take a look at some of the important races for the House of Delegates over in Virginia. I'll run our viewers down through the results here. That way you can get some results from Virginia while also hearing about New Jersey. There's a very, very close race shaping up in the 10th district. This has been one of the marquee seats this cycle. Almost well over 80% of the seats in Loudoun, and incumbent Democrat Wendy Goditis right now is at 50.7% of the vote with 88% in. So a narrow Democratic lead there. In the 12th district, Chris Hurst losing quite badly. This is the Montgomery-Blacksburg-based seat, and given the fact that Glenn Younkin right now is performing incredibly well in Montgomery County, that's likely leaching down to help Jason Ballard, who is ahead of Delegate Hurst right now by 20 points plus. Hurst is actually below 40% of the vote, so we haven't had a projection there yet, but definitely compared to someone like Goditis, not looking like a great night for the Hurst campaign. Over in the 21st, I'm just going to run through the results first, then we can have discussion. In the 21st district, Kelly Converse Fowler at 46% of the vote. Republican Tanya Gould is ahead with about 54% of the vote. Again, this is a Virginia Beach-dominated district. You've seen the same thing with the 83rd and Nancy Guy against Tim Anderson. That one ahead again for the GOP. In the 27th district, Roxanne Robinson had a close race last time, one of the closest in the state. She's now up by 10 with half the vote in. That's a Chesterfield-based seat. And those numbers have definitely allowed Republicans to perform well in both the 27th and the 66th legislative districts tonight. Over in the 66th, which is home to retiring former Speaker Chris Cox, Mike Sherry is ahead with about 57% of the vote. If we go over to the 28th district, Delegate Joshua Cole right now losing to Tara Durant by about 14 points, pretty lopsided margin. Again, those are just some of the important races we followed on our big board, but looking very bad for Democrats in Virginia right now. And it's objectively something that I think we should note. If you look at my good friend Miles mentioned, no state is permanently red or blue. So I think that it's definitely something to look at when we're looking at Virginia, which is definitely having a reversion in this election.
I will say, if there were to be a similar swing in areas in Virginia that there would be in New Jersey, New Jersey is only 6 points bluer than Virginia, at least on the presidential level. In 2020, that is. So you'd expect a pretty low single digits race on the fundamentals. Of course, there's a lot of other things to consider, like Phil Murphy being the incumbent here, his approval rating being actually pretty decent. The polls in Virginia always showed a race where Younkin could win, and very close. Polls in New Jersey, there was the one poll that showed a 4-point race, but both of them have shown more of a 9-point race. So there are some differences, but we'll see what happens here. Also, so you're saying I can mention the New Jersey Globe call?
Yes, you can mention that.
Yeah. So for our first competitive district, well, non-safe district.
Although we have not projected it, so
yeah. We don't project it. The New Jersey Globe projects that in the 3rd district, Steve Sweeney has won re-election along with Berticelli and Taliaferro for the assembly. So this was a Trump district, Trump +2 in 2020, but they're expected to win quite easily tonight because Republicans.
Yeah, that was actually my bad. We should not have mentioned that. I thought you were going to update us on results. I apologize.
I put the link in here. Okay.
Regardless, we're relying on the decision desk results tonight. And they, again, do show a pretty lopsided lead for Steve Sweeney with 16% in. All votes coming out of Gloucester. We're going to have to wait on that further. But generally, yes, if Younkin is outrunning expectations like he is tonight and winning by 10 points, then you're probably going to see Chitterelli cut Murphy's margin below 8 points. I could see a 6-point race tonight. I've argued this the whole campaign. I really do not think that it's outside of the likely Democratic realm. I mean, we can't extrapolate anything. It's still way too early, but I think you're going to see Chitterelli playing some catch-up Obviously won't win based off of what we've seen, even though Youngkin is winning in Virginia. They're different states. But I think you could definitely see Murphy getting a closer call than expected, which should help down ballot Republicans. Nevertheless, we're going to keep waiting on results. Right now, it continues to look good for Glenn Youngkin over in Virginia. He has about a 10-point lead with 60% in. It's actually looking like this will be a fairly early night at this rate, at least over in Virginia. I mean, a lot of these close House of Delegate races are getting close to 100% reporting, and many of them really aren't even in recount territory like you would have seen back in 2017 and 2019 when you had a race straight up tie after litigation, and last year when you had races decided by 189 votes in the 27th and in the Nancy Guy seat by only 41 votes. So I think we're going to be getting a lot of viewers coming over to New Jersey eventually tonight, because our stream has only been going on for about 30 minutes, and Youngkin, over 90% chance right now that Youngkin actually wins this election in Virginia. That's what it's looking like.
Well, Virginia did make a concerted effort to make sure to count votes faster tonight. They allowed absentees and mail-ins to be open and counted and reported earlier. So they did make a concerted effort to give us.
Wait, stop. We have a projection. Decision Desk HQ, in conjunction with Elections Daily, has projected that Glenn Youngkin will be elected the next governor of the state of Virginia. With 60% of the votes reporting Glenn Youngkin currently just shy of 55% of the vote. We've seen reversions across the state that we're going to be analyzing for days. But again, Glenn Youngkin, that race is over. And with that, we expect Winsome Sears and Jason Mayares. Again, they haven't been projected winners yet, but they are doing very well. And we assume that you will end up having Youngkin pull them over the line. But again, much worse than we expected for a Democrat like Terry McAuliffe, even with a Youngkin victory. We did not expect a Youngkin victory right now that's currently a double-digit lead. It'll probably come back down and get a little closer, but still. I don't know. It's a very big margin, and that's definitely blowing up on Twitter. So with that, this race has been projected. Glenn Youngkin will be the next governor of Virginia, the first Republican elected governor of Virginia since Bob McDonnell in 2009. Definitely a good night for the GOP here, especially given the fact they're probably going to end up sweeping the state offices and taking back a complete majority in the House of Delegates. So we're going to have to see how that bodes in New Jersey. But right now, Virginia, again, you've seen a bit of a strong reversion throughout Virginia. And we're going to be analyzing these results on the county level against 2020 and against 2017. So very big night for Republicans there. Again, we're still waiting on results here. Only 7% in. New Jersey is clearly not as fast and expedient at counting ballots than Virginia has been tonight. But, overall, I would say it's a better night than we expected for Republicans. I think most Republicans, if they predicted a Youngkin victory, thought it would happen by about 2 points, maybe less than that. Definitely not what we're seeing right now.
A total shock, honestly. But I must add, I've seen on Twitter with all the pictures that Youngkin has drawn in huge crowds, especially in Northern Virginia. Just let me know if there's extra background noise, guys. But Youngkin, with drawing in the crowds and having that grassroots type of campaign, he sailed to a victory, and now he's going to be coming in possibly with a Republican lieutenant governor, the first not just only woman lieutenant governor of Virginia, the first African American woman lieutenant governor of Virginia, and a new Republican attorney general. A total sweep and a total surprise, and probably a shell shock to the Democrats.
Yeah, and again, everything that could have gone wrong for Democrats in this election went wrong, especially tonight. It just did not pan out for them. Ethan, do you have anything to add on Virginia?
Oh, Virginia? I mean, it looks like
it's pretty much wrapping up at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a short night, less than an hour and a half.
Indeed, it has. This is this is what happens in what we might term red wave years. Biden's currently very down approval wise, right, nationwide. Why? I mean, we saw in the Monmouth poll that he's even underwater in New Jersey, and as you although from what we're seeing from results, we're not seeing like particularly strong reversion in the suburbs compared to like rest of the state. It seems to be more like a uniform swing right in every region of Virginia, which is interesting because it's a bit different from how it worked in like say 2017, 2018, where Democrats, I believe, actually disproportionately outperformed in the rural areas at the time.
Well,
And yes, do you have anything to say?
yeah. Well, even with that, right? You wouldn't see the same type of. I wouldn't expect to see the same type of swing in New Jersey as you did in Virginia, because Virginia is unique. Virginia is somewhat unique in its regions, in that Republicans were either somewhere where they had very little room to fall further, or McAuliffe was so disliked as a former Democratic governor that he just wasn't gonna get any bounce back. Right? I assume we'll see shifts in both direction in New Jersey and other upcoming elections, because they don't have Virginia has that type of dynamic where Republicans really couldn't get worse anywhere. In Northern Virginia, they could fall further, but McAuliffe wasn't the candidate to do that, and Younkin did well enough to prevent that. So that was the only.
Against the last gubernatorial election here, Republicans really can't fall anymore in South Jersey, and given the fact that ticket splitting is held up in the last two cycles in legislative races in 2019, both during the Trump era, I don't see Republicans falling in North Jersey down the ballot. In fact, I would see them doing better overall. I think that if Republicans are doing this well in Virginia, Murphy will have a closer than expected race and a smaller than expected victory.
I would expect so too. I'm just saying the uniform swing is perhaps somewhat unique to Virginia's current geography.
Well, yeah, you might be right. We'll have to see. I mean, these races really aren't shifting in Virginia. It's pretty much holding, and Republicans, they won't need it. It looks like Republicans are going to sweep the board on these House of Delegate races. I mean, we'll be looking for the next few days and breaking down all these results in detail. But again, very, very much a big night, an early call in Virginia. It does look like Democrats have held the 10th legislative district in Virginia with Wendy Geditis, but throughout the rest of the state, there are some pretty bad losses being incurred right now. Again, we haven't had these races projected. 99% is in the 10th district, though. The 12th and the Virginia Beach area districts, the Guy seat in 83, for example, all right now looking good for Republicans, but none of them have been officially projected by Decision Desk. That's our only key race call right now in the Virginia governor's race. Again, a major call. And might as well, where is it? Yeah, might as well put this up here for our viewers because I forgot to do it earlier, but that call was officially put out on Twitter. And with that, we should be able to focus more on New Jersey. So we have some comments coming in. So we have someone moving over from the Virginia stream. What counties are the ones to watch for New Jersey? So I put out some county ratings in my final article before this. The two toss-up counties both broke. Well, Gloucester County broke heavily for Murphy, but was close in 2020. That's going to be a key county. We have it rated as a toss-up. Somerset County has become very much Democratic at the top of the ticket, but Republicans have always been able to hold on down the ballot here, or at least make a run for it, even though they've lost ground. So we expect the Somerset County race here to also be a key county. Guadano only lost narrowly here. This is Chitterelli's, was part of his assembly district, makes up most of the vote in the 16th district. So I do highly recommend watching Somerset and Gloucester. Other things you want to watch, I like to call them the Republican vote centers of the state. So Monmouth and Ocean County on the shore. You can include Cape May too. You really want to run up the vote there in those high population, very much Republican counties. And also in the Northwest in counties like Sussex, Hunterdon, Warren, even Morris, which down the ballot is much more favorable for Republicans. And then finally, if it's a good night for Chitterelli, you want to see Chitterelli doing well in counties like Burlington, counties like Atlantic, even counties like Cumberland, Salem, He could run up some extra votes in a county like Bergen, all to overwhelm what I call the Democratic spine of the state, where the bulk of the Democratic vote comes from. And that basically runs up from Mercer County and Trenton and the state employees, working class suburbs of Trenton, all the way up north through to Bergen County and Passaic and everything in between. So as the numbers start to come in, and again, we're at 9% now. Chitterelli has retaken the lead in Ocean County. As more of those Republican-leaning Election Day votes come in and are counted, you're going to see the race tighten. It's already begun to tighten. Chitterelli's increased his margin by about 5.5 points, with just 2.3% of the extra votes coming in there. And that should work well down the ballot, because, again, the better Chitterelli is doing at the top of the ticket, the easier it's going to be for state legislative Republicans to outrun Chitterelli. So, Dominic, anything you want to add with the returns, with what you expect for Chitterelli based off of Virginia?
I think Chitterelli really has to keep it close in North Jersey. That's really how it has to be. He needs to keep it close in Essex County.
We have a new projection. We can project
Wow.
that Winsome Sears has been projected to win the lieutenant governor's office in Virginia right now. The attorney general's office has not been called. Mayares is underrunning Younkin and underrunning Winsome Sears, but not extensively. So we could probably expect that call to come shortly as well. But again, I'll throw it to you. Do you have anything based off of this Republican success in Virginia that you can infer when you look at New Jersey?
Again, they really kept it close, and they had great crowds in Virginia. Winsome Sears, it was between two women, one a current state delegate, one a former delegate for only one term in 2 years, way back about 15, 20 years ago in 2005 to 2007, if my mind is correct. And Winsome Sears, she's going to be the brand new lieutenant governor. And congratulations to her and the campaign. And now let's see if Jason Mayares can ride on the coattails.
Yeah, and at this point, it's highly unlikely in the end that Mayares would not end up pulling this out. When I say he's running a little bit behind, not by much, only by about 1/4% and 1/3% from behind the gubernatorial percentage. The candidates are all really running in line. I mean, this is pretty much a uniform defeat for Democrats, and we're just waiting on that third official projection in the attorney general's race to cap off what would be a complete Republican sweep of a state that voted for Joe Biden by 10 last time around. And again, I'll throw it over to you, Ethan. Do you think this means we can at least expect a somewhat closer race in New Jersey than maybe the polls predicted?
I don't. According to what the polls predicted, I'm not sure. We'll have to see what the final Virginia margin looks like. It looks like Younkin's going to about maybe outperform his polls by maybe 2 or 3%. So if we see something like that in New Jersey, you'd expect maybe a Murphy +6, Murphy +7 victory. So we'll see. It's within the margin of error. So chaos can, random chaos can happen. We'll see what happens in New Jersey. On Harrison, can you respond to my DM?
Yeah, and I mean, again, this continues the tradition that we've seen in recent years of the Virginia governorship flipping to the party flipping away from the party that holds the presidency. We saw it back in, you could really look at it as far back as 2005 when Jerry Kilgore ran against Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine ran as a Democrat, and he won the Virginia governorship, held it for the Democrats, with Bush winning a second term the year before, 2008. Obviously, in 2009, Bob McDonnell won easily over Cray Deeds, flipping the governor's mansion to Republicans with President Obama in the White House. The rare exception, you could say, was 2013, when Terry McAuliffe won with just a plurality of the vote in a closer than expected race against Ken Cuccinelli, with Obama having previously won re-election. But it appears we've gone back to what we saw in 2017. Trump wins the White House. Northam holds the governorship for Democrats. And, now obviously the governorship and at least the lieutenant governor's office as well are now going to be in Republican hands following the election of a Democratic president. So you see a little bit more continuity in that respect. You haven't as much seen that with New Jersey, considering, again, a Democratic governor hasn't broken the reelection curse in 44 years. So, yeah, that's going to be something we're watching tonight. In that respect, 12% reporting in. Chitterelli now at 39% of the vote. As you can see, still steadily climbing. A lot of this is coming out of Ocean County, which is probably beginning to count its election day votes. Ocean County now, Chitterelli is up 56 to 43 over Phil Murphy. And that is a county that we're going to be watching tonight because, again, the margin in a county like Monmouth and in a very Republican vote-rich county like Ocean, all of those margins are important when you're talking about maybe trimming a race down in a single-digit margins. Guadano won against Murphy 62 to 36 in Ocean. So if Chitterelli ends up outperforming that, that's what he's going to want to see. Overall, Chitterelli across the whole state, not just he doesn't just want to, he needs to do better than Guadano if he's going to make this a closer race. And I think it's possible. Lakewood is one of the towns to watch there. It voted heavily for Trump, narrowly for Murphy last time because the VOD gave him the endorsement. They did it again this time, but as David Wildstein at the New Jersey Globe has pointed out, Chitterelli would need to win Ocean County by more than 70,000 votes. That's what he just said on Twitter, and I think that basically sums up what I was saying about Chitterelli needing to do better than Guadano if he wants to make it a closer race. He needs to get that margin out of here. But it depends on how Lakewood breaks. If the VOD endorsement fails and Lakewood goes from being a narrow Murphy constituency in 2017 to going to Chitterelli, then, he might be able to hit that number. But if he also mentioned if Lakewood breaks pretty strongly for the Democrats, despite its federal lean, it could prevent him from reaching that number in Ocean. But they have to turn out the votes in Ocean and in the northwestern part of the state. That's where they're going to get most of their numbers coming in tonight if they want a closer race.
I'll comment on Lakewood since you mentioned them. I do expect Lakewood to vote pretty evenly. The VOD's endorsement holds heavy weight, but Lakewood, the Lakewood ultra-Orthodox Jewish community is not the same as some of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish Hasidic communities you find in parts of New York, where you see voting as a block, where you see precincts that come out, 800 votes one way and 2 the other way. The Lakewood community is not the same as that. So you're going to see a split. The VOD's endorsement might hold enough weight to carry Murphy across in the city, but I would not expect Lakewood. I would not expect Lakewood either way to be. It will not reach Trump's margins, but also you wouldn't see them vote for a block like Murphy, like other groups in New York do.
Yep. So right now in the 16th district, it looks good for Zwicker so far. According to David Wildstein, he won the Hunterdon County early VBM vote with 65%, which is a pretty big swing. Bateman only won by a single point in the whole race, but took 63% by that metric. But again, it's not over till it's over. So I'm just going to be patient and wait, see what happens.
It looks like we have. Yeah, that's my purpose. It looks like we have election day votes in from Gloucester County now, because the margin there has shrunk tremendously. Now it's very similar to what the margin was, to what Murphy's margin was in 2017, and the third district Senate race has also gotten a lot closer, although it's still a 20-point margin.
Yeah, Chitterelli has also officially cracked 40%. He's past that margin right now. And if you look at that doesn't put him too far away from getting a higher share of the vote than Guadano. At the end of the entire gubernatorial election in New Jersey, Guadano finished with 41.8% of the vote. Chitterelli's at 40.2% with just 12% in. So, again, I expect Chitterelli to easily pass Guadano's margin and make this a tighter race once we get more election day votes actually being counted here, as they continue to be counted in Ocean. But Ocean's the critical county. We have less than half the vote in right now, but Chitterelli really needs to blow the doors off here. And he does keep increasing his margin incrementally as the votes report. Murphy sinks down. But I think the first big goal for Chitterelli is, can we get Murphy below where he was in 2017? And can Citarelli end up passing Guadagno's vote share last time? He's not there yet, but there's still a lot of votes out in Ocean that could do it.
I think we should also point out, if our initial assumption is correct, that all the earliest votes reported were just early votes and no election day votes. So the fact is, in Essex County, which is the it was Murphy's best county in 2017, second best, maybe behind Hudson. He's off what he got 4 years ago by about 10 points, right? Citarelli's up to almost 25. He's below 75. Right? Murphy was pushing 80% in Essex County 4 years ago. So if those are really early votes, and you expect the today votes to be closer than those early votes, that would constitute a wide swing from what we saw 4 years ago.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying this race could end up being closer than most political punditry has expected it to be. And I myself, as a pundit, have talked about an 8-point race. But at this point, if these are VBM votes, if Citarelli were to hit 30% of the vote with election day votes in Essex County, that is horrible for Governor Murphy, quite simply. And obviously, you'd still have to turn out the vote in Ocean and in the Northwest. But, it's something we need to watch tonight, because I think you're seeing something here that's starting to benefit the Republicans, not just in Virginia, but also in New Jersey. Again, Citarelli right now, Ocean keeps coming in, and he's at about 42% of the vote. So Citarelli is already ahead of Guadagno by vote share with just 13% reporting. But if you look at Camden as well, 39% is reporting out of Camden. That's another place a lot like Essex, a county where I'd like to see how well is Citarelli doing compared to Guadagno 4 years ago? Or more importantly, what does Murphy's margin look like now versus where it was? And, Murphy ended up winning Camden County by 47 points. He took 67% of the vote. Right now, he's up by 50 points. But again, if Citarelli's only a little bit behind Guadagno in this county, and this is just, your early vote and your VBM and no election day, then we can generally expect some continuity in Citarelli outrunning Guadagno's margins across the state as a whole. And the impact that might have on legislative races is interesting. I should also report that one of our competitive legislative districts, the top target for Democrats, we actually predicted a flip to the Democrats here, is the 16th district, the seat of retiring Republican Senator Kit Bateman. Former Republican Congressman Mike Pappas is trying to win back this seat from to hold this seat for his party against Assemblyman Andrew Zwicker. The Democrats have pretty much been favorites in this seat for the entire campaign. It backed Joe Biden by 22 points. Traditionally Republican down the ballot, but Republicans have really been losing ground here down the ballot, unlike the 21st district, which is similar in federal partisanship, but the GOP has been able to have, you could say, more of a stranglehold down the ballot, but some of that has to do with the 3 Republican Titan office holders of the 21st. But Zwicker is leading with 55% of the vote, 54.7% to be exact. Our expectations here, again, it's still early. And if you look at where the vote is coming from, it's Hunterdon early vote. Hunterdon definitely has to break for the Republicans if they're going to win the seat. So we're going to have to see how the election day vote goes. But not a ridiculously lopsided margin right now, under 10 points. We expected somewhere around a 4 or 5 point Zwicker victory as a leans Democratic race, but we're going to have to see how our expectations pan out. You're seeing a similar result in the assembly race in the 16th district. Roy Fryman's in first with a little under 28%. Sadaf Jaffer, she is at 26.5%. The 16th district has had Democratic Assembly people and all Democratic delegations since 2017. And the first district, again, definitely one that's traditionally been Democratic here. It flipped in 2019. Right now, the spread is actually pretty close with 17% in. But if you look, most of those votes are early out of Cape May. So we're going to have to wait and see. We actually have that as a safe Republican race for Simonton and McClellan, the 2 freshman Republican incumbents. If it is a bit closer for Democrats, that'll be a bit surprising given that they really didn't contest the seat this cycle. But that's your little update on the key races. I guess finally in the 3rd district, it's really starting to look a lot like Sweeney's last race where he won by 17. He's leading Edward Dewar. We haven't projected it yet, but Steve Sweeney is ahead of Edward Dewar by 19 points right now. the race has tightened a bit. Again, those results coming out of Gloucester, which is more than half in. And also some big news. We just got our first results out of the 21st district, a Leans Republican race that we've been following quite closely tonight between Roselle Park Mayor Joe Signorello and John Bramnick, the longtime assemblyman and assembly minority leader out of the 21st district. Very early results right now. I believe they're coming from the Union County portion, the most Democratic portion of the district. And Signorello is up by about 4 points. In terms of other results, 4% reporting in the 39th district, and Holly Shapizi is leading Ruth Dugan with 61% of the vote. And in the 11th district, with 27% reporting, Senator Vin Gopal has about 65% of the vote in that entirely Monmouth County based district. So with that, I'm going to throw it over to Dominic. Do you have anything to say right now about Senator Gopal, who appears on track to re-election, although we haven't officially called the race?
He is, he is in my home county. He's actually in my hometown. He lives in my hometown, actually right around the corner from me here in Long Branch. And he has been a rather popular senator. He was elected just 4 years ago over Jennifer Beck. Over 7 points was his margin of win. It was originally drawn here to be a more Republican district, a gerrymandered district, but Vin Gopal, first it was Eric Hotelli and Joanne Downey in 2015. They won the assembly seats over Caroline Casagrande and Mary Pat Angelini in the precursor, if you will, to the Democratic wave that Phil Murphy would be winning 2 years later, along with Vin Gopal, of course, who won Jennifer Beck in that race. And then he became a rather popular senator, very responsive to folks. And and it's really not surprising that he is a fundraising machine. He's a big fundraising machine. And Vin Gopal, I'm not surprised he will be winning big in the 11th. But go ahead.
Yeah, and those were the early votes that were counted in Monmouth. So very much so waiting for the remaining election day votes tonight.
I want to point out in the 3rd district, the Gloucester section of that district is more Democratic. Sweeney's actually slightly underperforming his results from 4 years ago within that part of the district. He has a lot of room to still be safe in the race. It looks like it's a mix of early and election day votes so far, but his 19.5 point lead is somewhat less than he won the Gloucester section of his district by 4 years ago. He won that by about 22 in 2017.
And again, it's fair to report that overall, most of the results we're seeing right now are still early vote in VBM. Ethan, if you want to talk about some mayoral races and local contests.
We were on the topic of Lakewood earlier, so I just wanted to talk about like how they're you can see right now, even with the results we have, how their voting patterns are pretty heterodox. So for instance, Lakewood currently has both an incumbent Democrat and I believe an incumbent Republican up for re-election in the town council, and you can see how the effects of their ticket splitting have on this otherwise heavily Republican town. You see Meyer Lichtenstein, the incumbent Democrat, with 32% of the vote there, and you see Nash Miller second with 27.5% of the vote, and everyone else is like 5 to 10 points behind in a vote for 2 race, which is a pretty big margin. You can see the top when voting for 2 candidates, a ton of people are splitting their tickets between Republicans and Democrats here in Lakewood. So it's just because those are the endorsed candidates by divide. I don't think we can find specific municipal results for Lakewood right now, but I expect, as Yesh said before, a pretty close race there.
And we actually do have an update so far. Again, Kim Guadagno won Ocean County last time around by a margin of 62 to 35.7. So again, about 52% of the voters reporting, and Citarelli continues to grow his lead. He's at 61.6% of the vote right now. So I expect that he will pass and exceed Guadagno as more results come in. We're at 22% statewide overall. It appears that an error in Hunterdon has also been fixed, with the results reporting 58% in. Citarelli has a modest lead there. And again, we're just going to have to see what's going on here, because the estimated amount of the vote reporting in, I'm not sure if it's accurate compared to statewide when you look at the individual counties here as New Jersey assembles its votes together. But a slight update in the 16th district Senate race tonight, which is one of the big ones. We are getting results in from the Middlesex portion of the district, probably early votes, VBM as well. The Middlesex portion is just South Brunswick Township, which is very Democratic. So Zwicker is up by a strong margin so far, 75% of the vote over Pappas. Again, we're going to have to see Election Day votes district-wide. We're also going to have to see more reporting in from Hunterdon and Somerset counties, because Somerset County makes up about 60% of the total vote in the 16th district. So if Pappas wants a closer race, it will come from there. And we're also getting Election Day votes out of the 11th district. The race is getting a bit closer there. It was 65-35 for Senator Gopal. Right now, Lori Annetta is at about 43%, which is not that shy of Senator Jen Beck when she lost 4 years ago to Gopal by 7 points. No change in the 3rd district Senate race or the 8th district Senate race. No change in the 21st or the 39th, and we do not yet have numbers from the 25th or the 2nd district.
Can I add, we are getting numbers from the 13th district. Incumbent Senator Declan O'Scanlan, that is Governor Murphy's state senator. I know there's a lot of background noise, if you guys can still hear me. It is an 11-point margin. Senator O'Scanlan over Vincent Salamino, the challenger, with, let me just go back how much is in. There is 48% in. Declan O'Scanlan with an 11-point lead, a 3,000 vote lead. Incumbent O'Scanlan, he looks to be on path to victory, the freshman senator.
Yep, and obviously no calls yet, but it's something that could be in the cards, and if our predictions end up holding up, could be in the cards. Actually, a pretty big tightening right now in the 11th. About half the vote now in, so some rapid reporting. And Senator Gopal is now down to only a 10-point lead over Lori Annetta. Annetta is at 45% of the vote there.
I just saw that. Lori Annetta, she is a former council candidate in Freehold. Just a background on the Republican candidates. Lori Annetta is a former council candidate in Freehold, if my mind is correct. Kim Uellner is a councilwoman in Shrewsbury Township, Shrewsbury Borough. I'm not sure in my mind. Yeah, I haven't looked at that more deep in. But also Marilyn Caperno is also a Republican candidate for Assembly. 3 Republican women running against Gopal and his running mates. But Gopal seeming to do good, but it's tightening.
Yeah. Although if you look at the difference between, say, the combined votes for each party in the Assembly races, compare that to the vote in the Senate races, because they're voting on the same ballot, you can actually sort of tell something about candidate quality. So, for instance, in the 11th district right now, the combined vote for the Assembly races has Democrats at 52.6%, Republicans at 46.6%. So basically, Democrats are leading Assembly races by combined Assembly race vote by 6%. However, in the exact same vote, Vin Gopal is currently leading in the Senate race by about 10%, almost 11%.
Right.
There's a decent shift.
Yeah, there's a lot of ballot splitting in the 11th so far, and there you saw there was no ballot split. I'm wrong on that in the 11th, But you see there's a whole lot of ballot splitting. You may see some ballot splitting tonight, especially in the second district going down there in Atlantic County. You have four great candidates, two Democrats, two Republicans that are running against each other. An Atlantic County Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong, an incumbent assemblyman, those are the Democrats, and then you have a former mayor of Atlantic City and a former deputy attorney general of New Jersey. Four great candidates that the parties put up, and it could be a ballot split. But you never know.
And we have more results coming in to report. In the gubernatorial race, Citarelli is up to 42.3% of the vote, back ahead of the Guadano vote share right now with 24% of the total vote reporting. In Ocean County right now, Citarelli has officially exceeded the Guadano victory from 4 years ago. Right now, the challenger has 64% of the vote. Phil Murphy taking a little bit under 35% of the vote, about a percent less than what he got last time. 65% of the total votes are reporting right now. And if you look at the results, Citarelli is up by about 30,000 raw votes with about 40% left to come in Ocean. In Monmouth County, and again, you have to look at this, take this with a grain of salt when you're looking at Guadano's margin there. She won by 11 points, closer to 12, but she was the sheriff of Monmouth County before she became lieutenant governor. Right now, Citarelli is up by 10 points in Monmouth. The Hunterdon margin has also broadened. Right now, Citarelli is ahead of Phil Murphy by 10 points out in Hunterdon County. That's up from what was originally a 6-point race, and it appears to keep growing. We're going to have to keep looking at the Democratic spine counties as they come in, but first, some updates on legislative races. The Cape May portion of the 1st Senate District, a safe Republican district, as we called it, although with some strong Democratic roots down the ballot in recent years, Senator Testa is only up with 50.6% of the vote. So this is currently the closest race in the legislature. And that's quite interesting if you think about it. I don't expect this race to end up being very close. Yolanda Garcia Balicki is an attorney. The Democrats really didn't put much effort into this campaign. And it's interesting to see the votes coming from Cape May, because that is the more Republican part of the 1st District. You'd expect them to be coming from Cumberland, where you have Millville, which is a more Democratic community, even though Testa is from Vineland, New Jersey. In terms of other results updates, no new numbers out of the 8th or the 11th District, but we do have new numbers out of the 21st and 16th Districts. In the 16th District, Zwicker's margin has fallen slightly to about 57%. Mike Pappas at 43% in the 16th with 24% in. And the race in the 21st District is still a nail-biter so far. If you look at the results reporting at the moment, still all from Union County, where most of the Democratic voters are. It's also where Roselle Park is, and Signorello is mayor of Roselle Park. But Signorello right now ahead with 9% in by just about 60 votes, a very, very tight race. And I'll throw it over to Ethan now to run us through some of the assembly results as we're seeing them right now, and taking a look at some of the districts where the assembly slate combined partisanship is actually either underperforming or exceeding the Senate candidate.
Yep, thank you. That's exactly what I want to talk about, actually. So we're seeing some more evidence of say candidate quality up and down the ballot when you're comparing the assembly to the state senate. So, for instance, in this 16th district, where Andrew Zwicker was running for the open Senate seat, you see in the combined assembly vote that currently Democrats are leading that by about hold on. Yeah, they're leading that by about 14 points right now. However,
I just want to briefly interrupt. We just got a report that Cape May, the results that we had originally that are showing this very, very narrow Testa lead and showing Phil Murphy ahead in Cape May, those results are incorrect, according to David Wildstein. They're inaccurately reported and only partial, which would make sense because Citarelli should be doing very well in Cape May. and that should explain why the Senate race and the Assembly contest in the first are very much in limbo right now. But I'll throw it back to you, Ethan. I just wanted to tell the viewers about that.
Yep, actually, we just got an update in the 16th district, which is making it much, much closer than it was just a few minutes ago. Currently, Democrats are only leading in the Assembly race by combined about 3 points, 51.6 to 48.4. It's gotten a lot closer. However, you see in the state Senate race, Andrew Zwicker is leading Mike Pappas by about 5 points. So you see that Zwicker is actually outrunning the Assembly candidates by about 2 points in the 16th district. A sign that he's a stronger candidate. That there's a stronger candidate for Democrats on the state Senate than the Assembly. However, that's only 5 points right now. That's pretty close. We might see an upset. Well, we'll have to see later. In the 8th district. Yeah.
I hate to interrupt, but we have an important projection from the Elections Daily's team. We can project that the third and final statewide office in Virginia, the Attorney General's office, will go to Delegate Jason Mayares. He is currently underperforming Winsome Sears and Glenn Younkin, but by a very, very small amount. There's a lot of continuity between these races. But with that, the Republicans win the third statewide office in Virginia. And if they do take control of the House of Delegates tonight, that will give them complete control of the Virginia state government. This results in the defeat of Mark Herring, the incumbent attorney general. Herring won a very close race against in 2013 by only 169 votes, and he was reelected more easily in 2017. But now Herring is voted out right now, with Mayares once again maintaining a lead pretty similar to what we've seen with the other row offices. Just briefly, I'm going to throw it to Yesh to talk about what we're seeing with that attorney general's race and what his thoughts are now that Republicans have officially swept the statewide offices in Virginia.
First of all, I have to slightly correct you. Republicans don't quite have a trifecta in Virginia because the state Senate, which is not up this year, is still a very small Democratic majority. They have, I think, a 21-19 majority in the state Senate. So Republicans can't quite do anything they want with a slim majority. But yeah, it's the same story throughout Virginia in all three races. Turnout was up big. First of all, the Virginia race, I think more than the New Jersey race, although we'll have to wait till the end of the night to see. Turnout was up everywhere in Virginia. This is going to break all records for turnout in a gubernatorial election. This is going to break all records for turnout in any election in an off-year election. We recently saw this in the California recall. Right, people were wondering if higher turnout was just a symptom of the Trump years, that Trump inspired people on either for or against him to come out and vote. And it seems that Americans are just, at least currently, just more interested in voting than they were in recent decades. Because in races all over the place, we're even seeing this in special elections across the country. Today, turnout is up and people are voting more, which I think, actually I won't comment, but I think it's most people would say that's probably a good thing. But really we see the shift, right? We see a bit of a suburban reversion back towards Republicans in Virginia. We see that all three candidates manage, right? This is not just a simple Younkin, right? Some people were expecting that Younkin might have a sort of Trump-like momentum and just bring out lots of voters, which would leave a significant undervote in the races beneath him, which just didn't happen, right? He has 15,000 votes more than Winsome Sears, and Mark Herring earned the splitters.
Thank you.
Right, so Republicans, right? So people are coming out to vote. Republicans and Democrats are both voting across the board. We're not just seeing we're not seeing significant undervotes in less major elections.
All right, we're going to have to cut away from Virginia right now because Mike Pappas is actually doing better in the Hunterdon portion of the 16th district than Kip Bateman did 4 years ago. Kip Bateman took 56.5% of the vote. Or sorry, I misread that. Kip Bateman took 63.6% of the vote in Hunterdon. So Pappas is not doing better than Bateman, but he still is at 58% in the Hunterdon portion, which is better than I think a lot of people expected. I've always said there's a potential for an upset in this district, which is why I decided to move our rating here from likely Democratic flip to only leans Democratic flip out of an abundance of caution. But district-wide, with about a third of the vote reporting, Zwicker is leading by a little under 4 points. So that's definitely a tight race with more votes finally reporting in. Still not much in the 21st, the 39th, nothing in the 25th or the 2nd district. In the 11th, interestingly enough, the race is just about as tight as it was 4 years ago. In fact, Lori Annetta right now is doing about the same as Jen Beck. It's getting closer as Jack Ciattarelli racks up his margin in Monmouth County. But Democratic Senator Vin Gopal right now, we have a big Mike Pappas has taken the lead over Andrew Zwicker in the 16th district with 51% of the vote. Again, that's been widely seen as the seat Republicans have struggled the most to hold on the defense.
I'd like to actually comment on the 16th district, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Currently, the 16th district, we're currently seeing most of the vote in currently from Hunterdon County, which has 96% of vote in, while we have like 52% from Middlesex and 0% from either Mercer and Somerset. And in the Hunterdon portion, as Harrison stated, while Mike Pappas is currently winning this portion by about 20 points, so 60% to Andrew Zwicker's 40%. 4 years ago, in Kip Bateman's 1% victory, he actually won this portion by 27%. So he's actually running 7% behind Kip Bateman. Given what's left in the district, I would say these are still pretty darn Andrew Zwicker.
Yeah, well, if you look at the seat, one of the things that's interesting about it is that, I mean, the majority of the vote, damn near a majority, is located in Somerset County. So about 45% of the total vote is coming out of Somerset. 26% is coming out of Hunterdon. So while the Middlesex and Mercer portions aren't that impactful, I think the question now is if Mike Pappas is slightly underperforming Bateman in Hunterdon, and he does it, essentially, will he do it in Somerset? We have to wait and see. But do it all better than Bateman in Mercer and Middlesex.
Yeah, he's currently underperforming Bateman by about 7% in Hunterdon, so he'd actually have to outrun Bateman probably in some of the other parts of North too.
No, that's what I'm saying. If he ends up finishing behind Bateman that significantly in Hunterdon, we'll have to see if he does better than Bateman in Somerset.
I see. Yeah.
Can I add before we go on? Can you guys still hear me? Am I clear?
Yeah, we can hear you. I want to hear what you have to say right now as our resident from Long Branch about the 11th, because it's tightened up quite significantly.
Of course. Let me go back to that. Yeah, it has tightened significantly. Vin Gopal, I'll tell you, Republicans, they're turning out, and whether it's independents, let me see, Vin Gopal, he's up only by 7 points. It's a 2,000 vote split. No change in the voter total. And looking toward the assembly race also, it's getting narrowly close. The split between the second place finisher, the Democrat Eric Hotelling, and the third place finisher, as of right now, Marilyn Paperno, it is less than 1,000 votes. Anything can happen. It's a 25.67 for Joanne Downey, 25.4 for Eric Hotelling, 24.1 for Paperno, and Ullner with 24%. It's getting dangerously close, and Democrats are going to have to watch out in the 11th. This is getting very interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's what's interesting for me is this was a likely Democratic race. So I would honestly have expected to end up with a 10-point margin of victory or something like that, or maybe a little bit less. But for reference, Lori Annetta right now is just a little bit behind where Senator Beck was 4 years ago when she was unseated. Beck got 46.4% here on the dot, and Annetta is at about 46.2%. And 60% is reporting in right now. I don't have a breakdown by municipality yet. I look forward to breaking all these races down by municipality as soon as I get that data. But right now, I'm just going off of county data. And since the whole district is in Monmouth, really just flying blind here. But, you know, it's going to be interesting. We have to get back to the governor's race now because 30% of the gubernatorial vote is in. 30% reporting in right now. 94% reporting in out of Ocean County, where Jack Ciattarelli has 66% of the vote right now, and Murphy's 32.8%. So doing very well compared to Guadano a few years ago. Certainly not the numbers he would need for an outright victory, but for a closer than expected race, it looks like it could be plausible right now with 94% in. He has 56% in Monmouth. He's actually doing better than Kim Guadano did in Monmouth against Murphy. the home county of Kim Guadagno currently as of now. And in Hunterdon right now, with 95% in, Chitterelli is about to establish about an 18-point lead. So very similar to the margin 4 years ago for Kim Guadagno. Statewide right now, Governor Murphy at 52.6%. Chitterelli's margin has increased to 46.5%. Actually, as we speak, to 46.7%. We're still waiting on a significant number of votes out of Monmouth County, Salem County. Gloucester County now appears to be breaking for the Republicans. We rated it as a toss-up county, so it makes sense that it's breaking for the Republicans since the race is on the closer side. But again, looking at these results, I'm very, very happy that that we decided to keep the race at likely Democratic, not safe, because this is not a safe Democratic race by margin. By any means, as we continue to get votes counted here. Nevertheless, Murphy still does appear to be the favorite for re-election, although we're going to have to see. I'm curious, given Virginia, how close the race ends up being. Until then, we do have some new projections in the state Senate. Hold on here. Let me get them to you as soon as possible, if I can find them. All right. And we'll get back to those projections as soon as possible. But right now we have the Democrats at 3 seats in the state Senate compared to 1 seat for the Republicans. Still waiting on results out of the competitive 8th Senate district. But we do have new numbers out of the 21st Senate district right now, where John Bramnick is finally in the lead over Roselle Park Mayor Joe Signorello. By a little more than 4 points, with 8% of the vote reporting. Still the Union County portion. The Union County portion of the 21st district accounts for 69% of the total vote. So obviously very seminal to any election result here. Tom Kean won the Union portion of the seat with 51.7% of the vote. So about a 3.5-point victory there, but ran up very large margins, particularly a 24-point margin in the Somerset portion for a 9-point victory overall. So Bramnick does not need to win the Union portion to win. He could theoretically win by, at the minimum, like 1 point while losing the Union portion, as long as he holds up his margins in Somerset. Again, Kean won by 9 points last time.
I want to draw your attention to back to the 3rd district, where Sweeney's lead has dropped to a little over 2,000 votes. Right, it's a little over 7.5%. But that is all, right? All of that is in Gloucester County, where he won that by significantly more 4 years ago. If the margin of swing holds true for the rest of the district, he will not hold on to this district. So he has.
Yeah, well, it's pretty bad, as you're saying, because I'll just run the viewers through the math here. Against Granier, he won by 17 total, but he won. Gloucester, first off, Gloucester accounts for 60% of the votes, at least in the last election, and he won it by 22 points. But as Yesh mentioned so well here, he's now only ahead, and there's still votes out, but only ahead now by about 8 points. That is a huge drop, and that would probably mean that the Republicans winning the Salem portion, because he only won the Salem portion by about 9 points last time. So if he's dropped from 22 points to 8 points in Gloucester, he could very well be losing the Salem portion, which still accounts for 31% of this district. So we could be looking at upset potential. Thank you so much for mentioning that, Yesh. I completely had missed that race, focused on the other Senate races as well. But it appears that the 3rd district, folks, is back on the board.
Yeah, looks
for now.
Yeah, the 3rd district looking real close. If we use the uniform swing, Sweeney would only be winning this by a couple of points, and that's the swing uniform. We know still a few more votes to come in Gloucester, about 10%, and judging by if they're more Republican, Sweeney could actually go down, despite the fact that Republicans did not try whatsoever here.
No, they did not, and I mean traditionally, his 17-point win was an anomaly. Traditionally, Sweeney's not had close races, but more competitive races. He beat a Republican senator named Raymond Zane, who switched parties in 2001. That was his last really close race. It was about 52-48. His other 2 races, I believe it was 2013, he won 54-46. 2007 race wasn't on the board, but in 2011 he won by more like 10 points. But given what it's looking like right now, he cannot afford to lose the Gloucester portion. I mean, I'm being honest, that is very, very bad. It is just too important to the district in terms of the percentage of the vote that it accounts for Sweeney to lose it. And Sweeney losing would derail his gubernatorial ambitions. That would be a huge blow as the Senate president if that were to happen, and a massive upset. Again, Edward Durr is a truck driver that Republicans spent absolutely no money on in this campaign whatsoever. It's a likely Democratic race. 4 years ago, the race was the most expensive legislative race in New Jersey history. It still is. Over $20 million spent, $5 million of which was spent on Fran Grenier against Sweeney, and he lost by 17 points. So it would be quite ironic to see that Republicans and the teachers union spent all that money 4 years ago to little avail if they're able to pull this out without having really done anything.
By the way, Decision Desk is reporting we have 99% of results in for both Hunterdon County and Ocean County. So I just wanted to make a direct comparison right now to 2017. Hunterdon currently, Jack Chiarelli is leading Phil Murphy by 20 points. That's 20 points in Hunterdon. So that about matches 2017, where Kim Guadagno beat Phil Murphy then by 20 points as well. However, in Ocean County, Kim Guadagno only beat Phil Murphy by 26 points there 4 years ago. Now we're currently seeing from Decision Desk that Jack Chiarelli is leading Phil Murphy by 35 points. So that's a 9-point swing. Not enough to flip New Jersey, but still very significant.
Enough for a close race.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier a benchmark for Chiarelli to be competitive would be to win Ocean County by 70,000 votes. Well, he's at 54.5. So it's not quite where he
No. The benchmark, he needed 70,000 to win.
Right, to win. The benchmark to win was 70,000. So
54 is definitely past the competitive benchmark.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He's in the competitive range.
And Ethan, do you want to take a look at how the 3rd District Assembly candidates are shaping up, given the Senate seat is back on the board?
Sure. Give me a second.
I'm just sending out some Twitter updates about Hunterdon County and Morris County, so I'm going to be occupied for just a second, but we'll get back to it momentarily.
Sure. So in this 3rd district right now, in assembly races, Democrats are leading the Republicans by combined about 3 points there right now, 51.5 to 48.2. Meanwhile, in the Senate race, Steve Sweeney is leading Ed Durr by about 4 to 5 points. So Steve Sweeney is not running that much ahead actually of his assembly candidates, only about a point or two. Did we finally get results?
Can I add something before you go on?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
This is big in the 11th district right now. Marilyn Paperno, the Republican. This is what I'm talking about with ballot splitting. Marilyn Paperno is one of the Republicans running for assembly. She is in first place as of right now, 24.9%. Joanne Downey, incumbent Democratic Assemblywoman, 24.8%. Kim Ullner, the Republican, in third place, 20,800. That's 24.8%. Eric Hotelling at fourth place, 24.6%. So right now it's Republican, Democrat, and another Republican and another Democrat, the pattern in the 11th district. That's the assembly race here in the 11th. That is a huge news right now. And that is how much percentage? Let me just make sure that's 77%, 76.
Yeah,
to briefly add, Murphy's margin across the state has fallen now to just 51-48.
And Vingo Pal with Lorianetta, it is a 5-point margin, 52 to 47. Democrats may be in danger, but they really have to watch out.
Yeah. Currently in the 11th district, so the
3 points.
margin is about 5, while Vingo Pal is currently still winning by about 4 to 5 points for the state Senate race. So you can definitely see they're the giant tickets. They're the giant tickets like going on over there.
Yeah, and it looks like Murphy, his margin is down to 3.
They're they're down to 3, but also part of that is because the more Republican areas of the state have reported early. So we see Hunterdon has 99% reported, Ocean has 99% reported.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ethan, we have a lot of votes out. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just going to mute you for a second. We have a lot of votes. Okay, it's true. You could look at it on both ways. Ocean's done. Hunterdon is done. You still have, a decent amount of votes out in Monmouth. Sussex and Warren have not reported yet effectively. Salem, not in yet. Gloucester's done. Gloucester is a perfect example. Jack Ciattarelli's at 52.6% of the vote in Gloucester. And that's fascinating to me overall. Because if you look at the gubernatorial results just 4 years ago, in New Jersey, in Gloucester, Phil Murphy won the county by 12.89%. 55% of the vote went to him. Yet over here in Gloucester in 2020 for the presidential race as well, Joe Biden was just shy of a majority of the vote here. So Ciattarelli with an extensive lead, that's definitely something that does bode well for him. And I expect he will do well in Somerset down the ballot as well, and in Morris as the results come in.
All of Gloucester has just come in now, and Jack Ciattarelli is winning by 6 points at the moment.
Yep.
I want to point out the percentage, the estimated percentage in is an estimate because we all use pre-election projections as to what turnout will be. Gloucester, we're saying over 99% in because the turnout numbers look like what we'd expect. What we'd expect the final turnout numbers to be, but at least according to the AP, there's still 40 some precincts that haven't reported yet. And it's noteworthy that in Virginia, we saw that turnout was extremely high, much higher than 4 years ago. If you look at the counties we have currently at over 99%, Gloucester, Ocean, and Hunterdon, their turnouts are very similar to what we saw 4 years ago. So it could be that in these areas that look very red right now, there are still more votes outstanding just because turnout is much higher than, turnout could be much higher than was expected when we started seeing votes reported.
Thank you for that.
I have to go.
Sorry, what did you say?
I was going to say the 11th district now, on top of the governor's race becoming razor thin. It's still early, but 90% in at District 11. Vin Gopal is up by 1 point. 1 percentage point over Lori Annetta. This is a shell shock to me. And the Republicans are winning in District 11. Both Republicans are over Joanne Downey and Eric O'Telling in District 11 in the Assembly. Marilyn Paperno, Kim Ullner, both up in the Assembly race, the two Republicans. And now all they need is the Republican Lori Annetta to take out Gopal. This is really a shell shock in District 11. My God.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, again, Ciattarelli is edging ever closer to the lead, and there are still quite a lot of Democratic votes out. But, the Republicans still have sources to draw votes from. I think one thing is for sure, given the margins right now with 40% in, even though Murphy's still a favorite to win the race without the projection, it is going to be less than 8 points. So there was a slight polling error in New Jersey. I mean, we can't say it with certainty, but I'd say it's looking increasingly more likely that this race falls below 8 points than above 8 points. If you look at the RCP average was about 8 points going into the race. But I'd like to briefly touch on the legislature. We're going to get back to it now with some fascinating races. In the 25th district, we're getting our first results in. That seat is based mostly in Morris County. It's home to Tony Bucco. He won his special election by 8 points, while Joe Biden carried the district by 9 last year, actually holds the record for the greatest raw amount of votes cast for one individual candidate because his special election corresponded to the 2020 presidential race, which had 66% turnout. But he's beating Jeff Grazel, the mayor of Morristown Township, easily right now. If Republicans are overperforming in districts like the 11th and the 3rd, then they're very much not going to have an issue in districts like 39 and 25. 21 and 39, status quo, still a lot of votes out. I would like to bring our viewers' attention to a few key races. First off, the 16th district. 38% of the vote is reporting in the 16th, and Mike Pappas is currently ahead with 53% of the vote reporting. Let me take you guys as our viewers through that district for a second, and we can look at it on the county level, and I'll compare the numbers back to what we saw 4 years ago, and then we'll touch on the 11th and the 3rd before getting back to before throwing it to Ethan for some assembly analysis, and then we'll get back to the governor's race. So Mike Pappas right now is at 53% district-wide. Let's take a look at the Hunterdon portion. So he appears to have finished in the Hunterdon portion with 61.3% of the vote. Now, if you look back just 4 years ago, Bateman got 63.6% of the vote in the Hunterdon portion there. So about 2.3% better overall in that Hunterdon portion. So the question now, when we look at the rest of the district, is how is Somerset going to vote? Somerset is not reporting yet so far, but Somerset accounts for the majority of the district's total votes cast. So we're really going to want to see, can Pappas outrun Bateman's numbers in Somerset? Because Bateman got 56.5% of the vote there. And given that he's slightly underperformed in Hunterdon, Pappas is going to have to say, where can I make up these numbers? Where can I make up what will eventually probably be a small deficit? Can he get a few more points in the Mercer portion, the Middlesex portion? Can he outrun in Somerset? If he slightly underperforms in Somerset as well, then he's going to want to say, okay, can I do better in the Middlesex portion than Bucco did? Or sorry, not Bucco, than Bateman did. But in Middlesex right now, we have 52% reporting, and we'll take a little bit of a look at the numbers there. Lori Poppy won with 64% last time. So Bateman was getting 35.5% out of Middlesex. Pappas is nowhere near that number with half in right now. He's about 10 points behind overall. And in Mercer, we have no votes. So we're going to watch that district closely, I promise you guys. But with 38% in, you know, if he continues to underperform Bateman across the district, he'll end up with a narrow loss, but it's hard to see how he can actually pull off a victory, given that Bateman only won by a point. But next we'll be moving on to the 11th district, which is near upset potential right now. Again, entirely based within Monmouth County. Republicans draw their votes here from Freehold Township and Colts Neck. Democrats rely on communities like Ocean Township, Neptune, Long Branch, Asbury Park, among others. But Senator Gopal, a rising star in the Democratic Party, he is winning by 1%, just a single point right now. He beat Senator Jen Beck, an incumbent Republican, by 7 4 years ago. Just for some reference here on this district, the district voted for Murphy by only 3 points last time, but backed Joe Biden by almost 12 points. So this was a likely Democratic race. It's going to be really close. Right now, it's the closest no, it's not the closest on the board anymore. I was wrong. We're moving on to another race now, but we're going to keep track of the 11th, the 8th, our marquee toss-up race. 10% of the vote reporting in, and now the 8th is finally the closest race in the state, slightly closer by 1/10% than our 11th district. Let's take a look at the results here for a second. Nothing in from the sliver in Atlantic and nothing in from Burlington. Right now in the Camden portion, that's all that's reporting, so very minor, take it with a grain of salt. Younkin won the Camden portion as a Democrat by 7.6% 4 years ago. Yes, not the next governor of Virginia, but Younkin, the Democratic candidate for assembly in the 8th district. So currently, Stanfield is winning the Camden portion. Let me say this to you. 85% is apparently reporting in the Camden portion. I do not see a way a Democrat could win the district if they are not winning the Camden portion. It's not that significant electorally, Burlington is, but I feel that it's a very bad sign if it's breaking that heavily away. But again, this district cannot be called until we get numbers in for Burlington. Until then, it's anyone's game. We're just getting our first numbers in from the 2nd district, entirely based in Atlantic County. This is Atlantic City, Pleasantville, Egg Harbor Township. And Vince Palestina, the appointed senator, though he hasn't been sworn in yet, is leading Vince Mazzeo by over 4 points right now. So it appears with 31% in that he is ahead. This is another seat where we picked the Democrats to win. And finally, we're going to move on to the 3rd district before throwing it to Ethan for the assembly. Steve Sweeney right now is ahead by about a 52-48 margin, 62% in. Very, very, very close by Steve Sweeney's standards. On track to be the closest race for him in 20 years. let's take a quick look at the breakdown of where votes are reporting. We have no votes in from Cumberland yet and no votes in from Salem. As I mentioned earlier, in this district, Steve Sweeney won by 17 points district-wide. Where was he weakest in the district? The Salem portion. He only won it by 8 points, and it accounts for a third of the district's vote. So we can almost certainly expect Mr. Durer to win the Salem portion of the district. And why do I say that? Because the Gloucester portion, which accounts for 60% of the vote, broke for Sweeney by 22 points 4 years ago. He is now only winning it by a little more than 4 points. That is effectively an 18-point swing towards the Republicans in Gloucester, which not only would make Salem go to the Republicans, but could also make the Cumberland portion, which accounts for 8% of the vote roughly, break for Republicans. So not only is Sweeney at risk of a close race, he's at risk of potentially going down with that abysmal finish in Gloucester. So, Ethan, we need to get back to the governor's race, so I'm going to throw it to you. Give us a rundown on what's going on with our assembly contests.
Which district do you want me to look at?
Why don't we start with 11? The Republicans seem to be on track right now to a victory there.
Not much has really changed since the last time I covered this. Currently, Republicans are leading the assembly races by about 51.3% to the Democrats, 47.3%. So they're leading by like 4 to 5 points right now. Well, meanwhile, Vin Powell is leading Lori. Vin Powell just went down. 99% in. Vin Powell is actually losing right now by about 0.6%. About 40 votes. So Vin Powell could go down tonight. It's very, very close.
Not over 99 in, and Vinco Powell. Oh my, that's a shell shock.
Yeah,
that's a shell shock.
Vin Powell is very slightly is down by less than 0.1% right now in District 11. It's gonna be a nail biter this one.
Yeah, that's gonna be absolutely.
Yeah. He's outrunning his assembly counterparts by about 4 to 5%, but that might not be enough.
Yeah, I mean, I love the comments. I love the comments I'm getting in the comments section. I love you guys. Thank you. But I'm good. I'm good where I'm at right now. I know it's a little bit loud. If you guys can hear me, am I good? Am I clear? I just want to make sure.
You're clear. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Vingo Powell is down. Vingo Powell is down by 0.6 percentage points, 0.06 percentage points. Excuse my language. Against Lori and Netta. A shocker to me, as you can see. And the Republicans are, people are tired, excuse me, I'm calling my father. The District 11, Marilyn Paperno and Kim Muellner, the Republicans are up right now, and they are extending their margin, 99% in. It's truly a shell shock to me. And yeah, go right ahead, guys. I'm just watching these results, and yeah, I'm in shock.
This is very bad for legislative Democrats. I'm just going to say that right off the top of the. I mean, these races, the 3rd and the 11th. The 3rd, we have no idea what's going on in the 11th. 40 votes is too close. But again, likely Democratic races that we honestly didn't expect to flip to the Republicans. So, Ethan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to mention the 3rd district, which has actually gone even closer with only the Gloucester portion in. Currently, Sweeney is only up 4% in the Gloucester portion, which was a big downgrade from 4 years ago when Sweeney won the Gloucester portion by a landslide. I think 22 points. Yeah.
He won it by 22 points, exactly. Now he's only winning it by about 4, which means he's going to lose the Cumberland and Salem portions, assuming they vote generally similar in dynamics or in parity, if you will, to how they voted in 2017.
Yeah, a uniform swing, if you took that for the Gloucester, so you took the 18% uniform swing right in the Gloucester portion and applied it to both Salem and Cumberland, Sweeney would actually go down by about less than a point currently.
And that would be the biggest upset of the night. That would be even bigger than Vingo Powell. That would take out 2 prominent Democrats, both of whom have been interested in running for the governorship of New Jersey one day, would be taken out. I'd also like to point out with the Assembly, if Marilyn Papirno and Kim Oilner win back the 11th District Assembly seats, that's going to be the first time Republicans have held the seats since before 2015 with Casagrande in there and Mary Pat Angelini as well. So that's definitely a very big deal. If Republicans are winning in the 3rd and the 11th, then I don't think they have much of an issue in the 8th and in the 2nd. If it's anything, I think it's going to be tough. We're waiting right now on the 16th, but in the meantime, we're going to head back to our analysis of the gubernatorial election. Let's take a look at the key counties for our viewers right now. So Republicans have done very well compared to 4 years ago in Ocean and Monmouth, all pretty much fully in at this point, but Chitterelli is exceeding the Republican margins from 4 years ago. He is even exceeding the Republican margin in Hunterdon, which is now closer to 22 points. Let's take a look at some other things around the state, some of the core Democratic counties. In Hudson County right now, 40% of the vote is in. So the Democrats still a lot to get out of Hudson, a lot to get out of Essex right now, which is 27% in. And even still a lot more out of Union. So there's still a lot of votes out in the spine of the state. The Democratic county that is reported the most right now, I would say, is Camden, followed by Middlesex County. Overall, Jack Chitterelli is leading with about half the vote in at 50%. Chitterelli still has Salem County out and Sussex and Warren counties out. He's also doing very well in Morris County, 26% in. And I expect we'll tighten the margin in Somerset as more of the votes come in. So I do think Murphy will retake the lead, given the size of Democratic votes left out in the spine. But it's going to be a close race. And I think we knew this before, but I think it's going to be closer than we expected. And it's going to, these down ballot results should mirror that.
We have results just coming from Bergen County. It looks like they're election day results, but Chitterelli is winning them outright. To start, I assume once the early votes are in, he'll probably not win the county. If he did, that would be what he needs on pace for an actual victory. But he's getting at least a significant chunk of the election day vote in Bergen County already, which is just astounding.
I know, and so we all knew that Younkin effectively was going to meet his margins for a close race, but we weren't all sure he would meet his margins for victory. He ended up exceeding them. I think what we're seeing here is a lot of people that were more bullish on Chitterelli's chances, like we were at Elections Daily, were still not expecting him to win. But we were coming into the night overall thinking Chitterelli's probably going to meet what he needs for a close race. He could end up having a closer than expected race if he outruns his benchmarks. Losing counties like Burlington and Bergen by single digits and not double digits, that would be very beneficial. Here's what he needs. He's already exceeded Republican numbers from 4 years ago on the shore counties in Monmouth and in Ocean. We can assume he'll probably end up performing better in Warren and Sussex when they come in as well. He exceeded the Republican margins in Hunterdon. He'll probably exceed them in Morris, which means he has a shot at actually winning Somerset. What else does he need? Even the slightest drop in Democratic turnout or the slightest edge in, say, percent of the vote in the Democratic spine counties that are still breaking heavily for Murphy, every vote will count for him in that sense. And given the fact that Murphy's South Jersey support of Gloucester is any indication, going from Murphy plus 15 to Chitterelli plus 8, that pretty big indication that it's not looking too good in South Jersey for Murphy right now. So if Chitterelli ends up holding the governor to single digits in Bergen and Burlington counties, that's definitely what he would need for a close race on the benchmark.
I do want to point out two things. I was very surprised. I'm in Bergen County currently. I was very surprised to see how much Chitterelli did campaign here. He came in for a couple town halls during the last week. I was really surprised to see it. It was not expected, but it looks like it might be paying off. I was also surprised at the number of yard signs. We all know yard signs are bad signs. But I was surprised at the number of yard signs I saw for Chitterelli that also have for Democratic local or legislative races.
Same here.
I was just wondering if that was bad anecdote, unfortunate anecdotes on my part, or potentially something that would be borne out. And from the early results in Bergen, at least it looks like it is. I also want to say votes are still coming in the counties that we've seen at over 99%. And Chidarelli now leads Ocean County by over 63,000 votes. So he's approaching the 70,000 vote benchmark.
Yeah, and of course, we have to acknowledge also, he has to keep North Jersey close. If anything, he needs to keep it close. I'll point out one thing. I remember seeing on social media the mayor of Belleville. He's an independent. He saw Chidarelli show up to Belleville on multiple occasions. The mayor of Belleville, he had a spat with the governor's EPA commissioner, something of the sort, Catherine McCabe. She was the commissioner of the Environmental Protection Agency in New Jersey. And she told him on a call, Mayor Belleville is on their own. That prompted Mayor Michael Melham of Belleville, to assail the Murphy administration, even putting up a billboard saying what she stated to him in that call. And now with him endorsing Chidarelli, he's been back to Belleville 3-4 times. So if he does that, if he kept doing that in North Jersey, hopefully, he could be doing well up there.
I just want to mention Atlantic County as well. 36% of the voters reporting in. Ignore the Cape May results. Again, we've been told that they are incorrect. However, they're being reported. Cape May is struggling at the moment. But if you look at Gloucester, I mean, again, we're talking about a 15-point Democratic win 4 years ago. Now it's close to Chidarelli plus 9. It was about Biden plus 2 just last year. Atlantic County is looking similar. In my article, I said the threshold for a close race could be coming close to winning Atlantic County. Right now, Chidarelli is blowing it out of the water in Atlantic County. If he outright wins Atlantic County, this race could be a lot closer than we expect. And it already is. I mean, it is closer than we expected right now. I mean, I think a lot of us still thought Murphy would probably have an 8-point lead and would have been projected winner with about 70% of the votes reporting. Instead, Chidarelli's ahead with more than half the vote in. And if you look at the Democratic vote centers, Middlesex, 67% reporting. Camden's up to 86%. Hudson's up to 61%. If Middlesex, Hudson, and Camden, you start checking off the list, if all of these counties finish counting their ballots or count a significant amount of their ballots, and Chidarelli is either ahead with a narrow lead or slightly behind, then you can bet your bottom dollar it's going to end up being closer than we expected when the night's over. I mean, we don't know for sure, but that's what it's looking like right now. And if Republicans are upsetting in the 3rd district and in the 11th district, they are almost certainly going to win the 2nd and the 8th district. In fact, the only silver lining for Democrats right now in the legislature right now appears to be the 16th district, which is what we were talking about earlier. Mike Pappas, as we predicted, he's doing well. This is a Biden plus 22 seat after all, but he's not doing Kip Bateman well. Bateman won the Hunterdon portion by about 2.5 points more than Pappas did tonight, and Bateman only won by 1 a few years ago. But at the end of the day, if Democrats only narrowly pick up the 16th Senate district, but they're losing the 11th district, the 3rd district, the 8th district, then that's not much good for them. They're going to lose ground in the legislature. It would actually be the largest gain for Republicans in the state Senate in recent years, because you typically don't see very much net change in the state Senate, and most of it has been in the direction of the Democrats in recent cycles.
Yeah, so the 3rd race is as votes are trickling. The last votes are trickling in Gloucester County. The 3rd district's getting even closer. Sweeney's lead is down to less than 1,000 votes. Right, it is barely over 2%. It's 2.2%, with his 2 worst counties still out to come. That's looking unless we're missing some early votes from this county, which again is always possible. We're not 100% sure what votes have been counted or how many there were or what's going on. But unless he's missing some support in Gloucester County in that district, he's not going to hold on.
Yeah, I'd say Steve Sweeney with these numbers might actually be favored to lose the election at the moment.
Assuming all the early vote from Gloucester County is in, he's going to lose. Is that if that?
Well, I wouldn't say
correct.
Lose,
I don't know.
No. I would be bold. We're not projecting a winner yet, but a good media thing to say would be Steve Sweeney is no longer the favorite in this race.
Yeah, Steve Sweeney is no longer favorite.
No, Steve Sweeney has become the Titan of the state Senate, has become the underdog in this contest right now. Again, when you see effectively an 18 points Republican swing in the part of the district that is most impactful in a general election, it's hard to see how you can overcome that unless he somehow wins Salem and Cumberland's portions, which would be very counterintuitive. That said, I don't know what's going on in 11 right now. I would not. Again, those would both be big upsets. Gopal, certainly someone who is no longer favored either. We're going to have to see how that race goes. I'd say that race has gone from Gopal favored to just a complete coin flip at the moment until we know what's going on. And Ethan, do you have any updates on the assembly for us? Anything that's interesting to you?
I have something interesting, though it's not the assembly, if you don't mind.
Sure, that whatever you'd like to talk about.
Brick. If you don't mind, I like to make a tangent to Brick Township. A red Trump was 24, I believe, town in Ocean County that has for the past I believe 6 years. Yeah, for the past 6 years, elected a fully Democratic slate to the local government, town council, mayor, everything. While the past 8 years, actually. And for a long time, Republicans have been locked out of office here, despite doing well federally. Well, looks like tonight they'll be re-entering. While Mayor John Ducey is winning re-election by 26 points, a Democrat in his red town. Looks like Republicans have clawed back 2 seats on the town council. So small news for like our national audience, but on the local level, it's fascinating. Even with the popularity of the Brick Democrats, nothing can overcome the national environment, it seems. Not much, at least.
Yeah, that's true. And again, I just want to tell the viewers, 53% in. We're officially over the halfway mark here in New Jersey. And Jack Ciattarelli is still leading with 50% of the vote.
Can I add something while we're at it? In the mayor race in Tinton Falls, I mentioned this yesterday in our little Twitter chat. Mayor Vito Perillo, a 97-year-old man, a 97-year-old veteran who was born before Calvin Coolidge was elected president, if my mind is correct, from what I read. He is going to possibly be reelected the mayor of Tinton Falls. 97 years old. He beats 3 other opponents, one of them being a councilman, and the councilman is actually the last place right now with 444 votes, 9%, and 37% for the mayor of Tinton Falls, Vito Perillo. Again, 97 years old. He finishes off his second term, possibly at 101 years old. The oldest mayor in America right now, Vito Perillo. He'll probably be reelected the mayor of Tinton Falls. But on top of that, we also have, of course, the Republicans winning District 11, again, a shell shock to Monmouth County Democrats.
Not projected winner, but leading.
Leading, of course, but definitely not over 99% in. Lori Annetta over Vin Gopal, 50.6% to 49.4%. It's getting a little bit comfy for Republicans right now, but very much a shocker to Democrats all over New Jersey.
Yeah, I want to bring some attention back to the 16th because currently it's still, we don't know for sure, but currently the 16th district appears to be the only sorry about that. I got a text. It appears to be the best potential bright spot for Senate Democrats on this map tonight. So currently district-wide, Zwicker is back in the lead, 53-47. Again, this was the hardest district that Republicans were having to defend this whole election cycle. A Biden plus 22 district, one where a Republican incumbent is retiring after having won by just a single point last time. We already told you that there was a slight underperformance in Hunterdon. That underperformance has actually gotten smaller now. It's down to about 2% on the dot. Previously, it was about 2.5%. Now it's 61.6, which is just 2 points below what Bateman got, which is it's not impassable. It's just unlikely. I think those results are more in line with, let's say, a 1-point victory, but for the Democrats, assuming the Mercer and Middlesex portions hold up. Speaking of that, let's take a look, viewers, at the Middlesex numbers, if you will. The Middlesex portion is not that important overall in terms of a percentage of the district, but it still accounts when combined with the Mercer portion for about a third of the district, and therefore accounts for more than half of the Democratic votes cast in an election here. Kit Bateman got 35.5% here 4 years ago. Mike Pappas has 34.8%. So again, less than 1 point behind Bateman. So again, this is going to be a very, very close race. If he's underperforming Bateman by that amount, the Democrats could end up eking out an incredibly narrow victory here by a very similar margin to what we saw 4 years ago. Ultimately, it's going to depend on the Somerset numbers, which, as you can see with the governor's race, the Somerset numbers are still very much biased towards the Democrats. Early reporting, we don't really have an accurate indication of how Somerset's looking yet. So we're going to have to wait and see. But that Senate district is definitely probably one of the brighter spots for Democrats, who are probably unlikely to win toss-up seats in districts 8 and 2 if they're losing districts 3 and 11. District 21, interestingly enough, is still competitive tonight. We have John Bramnick, the Republican, favored there. But with 38% in the Union portion, native son Joe Signorello is actually up with 53.8% of the vote. But I'd like to note the 21st district is also being impacted by the Somerset County VBM reporting, which I would assume is VBM, because Signorello is leading heavily in the Somerset portion. Normally, we'd expect the Somerset portion to be much redder than the Union County portion. So John Bramnick being down right now is more of a technicality. And obviously, Republicans have nothing to worry about in the 25th and 39th. They haven't been projected yet, but if they're in striking distance in 11 and 3 and doing well in 2 and 8 and even 16, then seats like 25 and 39 are even more out of the fold than we originally expected.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll throw it to the panel. Any thoughts here, as Republicans appear to be having a very good night so far in both New Jersey and Virginia?
It's just been is very interesting so far. Chitterelli, it's 54% in. He's up by 2 points, and again, looking back at the rest of the Senate districts, so far it looks like they're done counting in District 11. We are not making a projection yet, of course, but it looks like.
Oh no! If District 11 stays at that 40 vote margin, we won't be making a projection for many days.
Yeah,
that
of course.
will have to be recounted.
40 vote. Oh wait, yeah, I'm just looking right now. It is 40 votes. My God. And Declan O'Scanlan in a landslide over Vincent Salamino. I wanted to point out before, Fred Madden in District 4. That's right on top of District 3 with Senator Sweeney. He's up by 3, but Fred Madden winning by potentially winning by 6 points over Stephen Pacraduni Jr.
Yeah, that race wasn't even on the board, so that's
Right.
another kind of a good night for Republicans, that they even came close to winning that seat. In fact, the fact that the 4th district was closer tonight than the 25th and the 39th, and again, we're still waiting on votes, I think that really shows you the momentum of the night.
Also, can I add Joe Signorello? I guess he had the lead or took back the lead. He's over John Bradnick.
Again, that's only because Somerset released VBM results, but they're heavily favoring the Democrats right now countywide. So
Okay.
I would expect Bramnick to get back in the lead once Somerset reports Election Day votes, because there's no way Phil Murphy's winning Somerset with 73% of the vote.
All right.
But in the 11th district on the assembly level, again, like Ethan mentioned, and I'm sure if he wants to talk about it more, even if Vin Gopal goes down, candidate quality is important, because Gopal overall is doing better than the combined Democratic slate. Marilyn Paperno and Kimberly Oilner right now are outside of recount territory. They're actually winning rather comfortably for an assembly race with 99% in. And again, these races haven't been projected, and we're not going to get projections here for the next few hours because, some of these races are very competitive and you need to have things all certified. But it does appear right now that Republicans are running stronger on the assembly level in the 11th than they are on the Senate level. But Ethan, do you have anything more to say about the second district, perhaps with the assembly and the Senate lineup? Vince Mazzio's down at 46% of the vote right now. I'd assume the municipality breakdown probably looks rather similar to what we saw 4 years ago with Chris Brown's victory.
Yeah, wait. I just mistyped that into my calculator. Give me a second. Yeah, currently in the second district, Vince Paulistine is leading Vince Mazzio by about 8 points for the state Senate level, while Republicans are leading in the second district assembly level for the combined vote by about 12 points, 55.9 to 44.1. So another district where the state Senate for Democratic state Senate candidate seems to be a higher quality and gaining more crossover votes, but that's not enough to save him if this district is going so heavily red. Of course, there's only 38% of vote in for second district, but given how Democrats are doing statewide in South Jersey, this is probably one that Republicans are going to be holding on to.
Yes. And Dominic, do you have any other thoughts on your native district?
Again, it's really a big shocker with Lorianetta and Vin Gopal. Lorianetta on top, and of course, the Republicans in a comfortable lead with the assembly race. Marilyn Paperno, Kimberly Uellner, they are on top of the incumbent Democrats, Joanne Downey and Eric Hotelling. It's really a big shocker there. And
by the way,
go ahead.
I just want to mention, I think District 11 the Senate race is actually out of recount territory now. Lorianetta is leading Vin Gopal by 1.2%, 50.6% to Vin Gopal's 49.4%. I'm fairly sure it's out of recount territory, is it?
In which case, Sweeney is probably going to go down as well.
Yeah, that's a huge upset. Vin Gopal going down. You can, again, with the ticket split, you can see that he was a high quality candidate, but with the environment this bad, even high quality candidates can go down.
Yeah, I think Virginia and New Jersey tonight overall show you that the environment has just been, frankly, god awful for the Democrats. Someone asked, where can I see results? I just posted the link to our results page for the Senate, Assembly, and Governor in the chat here. So make sure to go and give that a look.
I just want to point out two things. You mentioned that Somerset County, right, which was Murphy won by 1 point 4 years ago, is all early vote, and that's why he has a 45-point lead. Passaic County, in which Murphy has a 37-point lead, which he won by something like 15. Which he won by 23 4 years ago, right? That is also just early vote. So not everywhere sees a uniform difference between early and election day votes. But if you're expecting Somerset to swing to relatively even, then that means you're also likely expecting Passaic to swing close to Chitterelli's favor. Which
I
is just
think
crazy.
that's reasonable to assume at the moment. I mean, I feel like conventional wisdom has to be thrown away this election cycle.
And also, with the AP says that there are still 65 more precincts to count in Ocean County. Chitterelli is going to most likely, unless those 65 precincts left are in some of the more Democratic areas, Chitterelli is going to easily bypass the benchmark of 70,000 votes that was set for him earlier in the night.
Yeah, and again, that's the victory benchmark, not
that's the victory
benchmark, which means Chitterelli could win the whole election if everything goes in his favor, which would just be a complete 2009 cycle repeat, effectively, when the Republicans flipped both the New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial mansion.
Indeed.
It's a crazy night. I mean, we're not saying Chitterelli is going to win by any means, but it is possible if Ocean County yields him enough votes.
For something certain, though, it's not going to be a 9% or 11% Murphy victory. That's for sure. Those polls are definitely way off.
Yeah, I know. I think the polls at this point, how much more off can polls get?
Well, another part of the problem is we didn't have so many high quality polls of New Jersey. We had some quality polls. We had one quality poll a few weeks ago, which showed it as a 4-point race when leaners were pushed. And the last polls that came out, one was almost redacted because they had issues with their likely voter model. No one expected this race to be close, so why would you spend your money polling a race that you're not expecting to be particularly close?
Well, Monmouth is considered the gold standard pollster in New Jersey, but they were the most wrong. So I think we're going to have to revisit Monmouth being the gold standard pollster. If Chitterelli, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether he wins or whether he loses by like 3-4 points or something like that, Monmouth was still grossly incorrect with the result. I mean, they showed Murphy leading by 13 and then by 11.
That was less than a week prior to the election.
Yeah, at this point, the Trafalgar poll, for what it's worth, given there were no crosstabs released with it, because Trafalgar was it seems to be more accurate. I mean, Chitterelli appears to be hitting the numbers he needs in Atlantic and Burlington and Bergen. I mean, you still have a lot of votes left to count in Atlantic and Bergen. But again, my threshold personally for a close race constituted Chitterelli holding Governor Murphy to single digits in Burlington and in Atlantic, and to some extent in Bergen as well. But if he's outright winning those counties, that effectively gives him a chance to win the govenorship, not just come close to it, which is
it
not.
It does look like Atlantic and Bergen don't have the early votes in yet, so it could be he's not actually winning those counties. We'll have to wait on that.
No, I don't expect him to win Burlington. Okay. I do expect him to win Atlantic, though. If it's anything like Gloucester, its neighbor, I feel like it'll be a potential.
The first batch of Somerset election day votes have come in, and the margin has shrunk drastically, as you would expect. It's now down. It's went from 44 points to 16 points, in a span of 20,000 votes.
Yep. I mean, it's only going to get closer from there. Passaic should also begin to tighten once you get the other election day votes in. Hudson and Camden are pretty much done for the governor. At this point, he's going to have to rely on Essex and Union, but also Mercer to win. And granted, those counties were not part of any past Republican coalition. Really, all Chitterelli has to hope for is, can I, in other traditionally Democratic counties like Somerset and Bergen and Burlington, can I win those counties? Because to win outright, if that's what hypothetical we're looking at, that's what he would need to do now. He wouldn't just need to trim the margins there. And then in the spine, he could say, a county like Union or Essex, for me to do well here, I would need to shave a few points off the Democratic margin. And, he's already hit his benchmarks with the Republican counties. The question now is, can he make up some ground in the blue counties?
In the event that Murphy narrowly wins, which is still what we probably predict right now, a very narrow Murphy victory, you'd have to wonder whether Republicans should have put a lot more investment into this race. Because while Chitterelli definitely campaigned vigorously, and the Republicans tried, clearly most of the national attention was on Virginia. You might wonder whether we'll have to see what it ends up being. I'm currently still predicting a narrow, very low single digit Murphy victory right now, but you'd have to see.
I'm glad I fought to keep this race not being safe Democratic, because I'm sorry, Ethan, but it's.
Oh no, you were right. It's the polls were way off. I wasn't expecting them to be off by like 7 to 8 points, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. And again, we still have a lot of VBMs that aren't going to be counted tonight. So in close races like that 11th District Senate race, that will probably leave the margin undecided. But hopefully some of these lower tier legislative races, like the 2nd, which Palestina is still leading in, maybe even the 8th that we expected to be the closest, those could be decided tonight.
We're really going to have to reevaluate how we look at polls for the next few election cycles, given just how off they were here.
Yeah, well, I would think so. I mean, this is going to set the tone for the midterms, and everyone's going to analyze it through this perspective going into the midterm election.
I mean, people generally know I mean, whether people know and whether people go with what they know are always two separate things. People generally know that the polls can be off by much more in races that are not expected to be close, because you don't poll them as well. Again, why would you spend money polling a race if you're pretty sure what the outcome is going to be, right? So the Virginia polls look like they were, the late polls at least, which showed the momentum shifting, looked like they were much more accurate than the New Jersey polls, which makes sense because Virginia was a race that there were far more polls because far more pollsters put money into it, far more groups put money into it, far more people wanted to see what a poll said. Right, I was a little surprised we didn't get some more high quality polls like that actually spent more money and time in the field after that Emerson Murphy +4 poll to see if the race was really shaping up that way. But we didn't, right? No one released another poll for another week, and then we got 2 polls during the last weekend, which did not stay in the field, which were nowhere near as thorough as the Virginia polls, because why would they be?
I just want to say real quick that in the 38th district, which was widely seen as another reach district, with 32% reporting, Republican candidate Richard Garcia is leading incumbent Democrat Joe Lagana by 6 points right now. So that's another race to potentially put on the board. Doesn't appear that Adam Elias and his campaign in the 14th district in the other reach seat is getting much traction, but the Republicans have retaken the lead in the 16th district. If they pull off another Bateman-like victory there, then it's reasonable to assume that the Democrats, if they can't win that district, won't flip a single district from the Republicans.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is, again, I mean, the 16th district is a race that Democrats need to win. In a way, that's kind of like the tipping point seat. If that seat's going Republican, then the Democrats, there's just not much hope for them in the other legislative contests. But in other news, Bergen County has begun to report about half in right now. Phil Murphy is up by about 9.6 points, which is far better than what you saw 4 years ago when he crushed Kim Guadagno by about 15 points there. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens in Bergen. Again, Bergen is one of those counties on Chitterelli's list where his campaign's thinking to make it a close race to win, we just have to cut Murphy's margins as much as possible. We don't actually have to outright win Bergen.
Can I add something? As I'm watching also the TV, Terry McAuliffe is making a concession speech to Glenn Younkin as of right now. So Terry McAuliffe looks like he's officially conceding to Glenn Younkin.
Yep, and I mean, Virginia's long over at this point. In fact, it would be funny if New Jersey ended up being closer than Virginia for the gubernatorial race. That would vindicate all of my gut feeling punditry that's gone against the math here.
Yeah. Speaking of like the math, I just want to note that
the math was wrong. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, let's just put it that way. Yeah, the polls, math, all of it completely wrong.
Garbage.
Also, they're wrong in different ways too this year. So, for instance, in the California race, you saw Gavin Newsom overperform the polls by a ton in his recall margin. Then you see in Virginia the polls being about right, and then you see in New Jersey Republicans overperforming the polls by a ton. So it's not even consistent the ways the polls are wrong right now in this 3 big gubernatorial elections.
Well,
so we have no idea what to do with these things.
Go ahead. Feel free to add.
Okay, so I'll add something right now. As I'm looking at Monmouth County, that's over 20 points. Jack Chitterelli's on top of Phil Murphy. He is overperforming Monmouth County, which not really surprising. But then again, Trump only won it last year by only 3 points, and Chitterelli's up by over 20.
I mean, that's no issue. Like I said, outrunning Trump, down ballot Republicanism in New Jersey, in statewide elections is still strong. Hunterdon County was close for the first time in a long. It was new. Hunterdon was somewhat close in the presidential election last year, but Chitterelli's winning it by 23 points this time around. Morris County was won by Joe Biden, but Chitterelli right now with more than 2/3 of the vote in has a 30-point lead. Again, those are the numbers you need in Morris, because if you're winning Morris by 30 points, you stand a chance of narrowly winning Somerset, and even just narrowly losing Somerset or hitting even there would be enough to make the race close. I will say, though, that I personally believe Chitterelli needs to win Somerset County to actually be elected governor. Narrowly losing it would certainly keep the race close, but he would need to win Somerset. And I'm thinking he would need to win it by, 2-3 points or something like that. If he does win Morris by 30, which is really good.
I like to bring our attention to Camden County, which is about 95% in. Currently, Phil Murphy is winning this county by about 19 points. That is a huge drop. So in 2017, Phil Murphy won Camden County by 36 points. That's half the margin, 18 points down. We're seeing big drops for Murphy in South Jersey. So seems a lot that South Jersey version in 2017 that happened is all but disappeared, and it's actually doing worse in Biden in a lot of these places.
Yeah, I mean, again, Murphy has collapsed in South Jersey at this point. I mean, Chitterelli's above 60% in Atlantic County with half in. And think, Chitterelli, Warren right now still has a lot of votes to report up north. Sussex, not even reporting yet. Cape May will definitely break heavy for the Republicans if the GOP is doing that well in Camden and winning Gloucester and Atlantic. And honestly, I think Chitterelli has a shot at winning Burlington County as more votes come in. That would be consistent with a Republican victory here. Cumberland, Salem. Cumberland will be a tough poll, but trimming the margin there would be beneficial. And then Salem should break pretty heavily for the Republicans. If Gloucester's breaking heavily for Chitterelli, then Salem will break heavier for him. Salem is redder than Gloucester on paper. But I think it is possible that Chitterelli could win this election. It is not impossible at this point with 70% reporting. He's up by a little under 2 percentage points overall. The Democrats have a little bit left in Hudson County, but Middlesex and Camden are pretty much done at this point. And assuming that Somerset gets closer, Passaic gets closer, if Chitterelli holds his margins in Bergen County right around 45, 46% of the vote, then it really becomes a question of, can you outrun, Essex and Union? Right now, it's going to be an incredibly close result because you're talking about a 25,000 vote lead right now. Even if Murphy comes from behind and takes the lead, which is certainly possible given Essex and Union are still out, you're going to have a very small victory.
Yeah, the AP does have some Cumberland election day results, about a third of the precincts. And they have Chitterelli, at least in the election day, up 60-40. Again, in 1/3 of the precincts, which I think is consistent with what we're seeing across the rest of the state.
I think all of Middlesex is now in for decision desk. It says
Middlesex is done.
No, it says so currently Murphy's leading Chitterelli by 13.5%, I believe, in Middlesex County. So that is down from 2017.
No, it's about the same. But Middlesex has 100 precincts of election day votes still to come in. So I would expect Murphy's lead in Middlesex to drop.
All right. Yeah. In 2017, Murphy won Middlesex by 17 points.
Yeah. We're at 99% of the expected vote in, but turnout is much higher than the expected vote. So we're going to get more. And if it's consistent with the way the rest of the night has gone so far, that more will be in Chitterelli's favor.
Yeah.
I have to add something. I'm also looking at the TV. I have to correct myself. I did say McAuliffe was conceding in the speech. He is actually not conceding in the speech. He refused to concede. So that is a big development.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to see how that plays out in Virginia, but we can't. We're being non-partial, so we're not going to issue any comments on the strife that will develop post-campaign between Younkin and McAuliffe for now. So we're just going to focus on New Jersey, which I've been trying to tell people this whole campaign is on the board. But, a lot of people, and rightfully so, assume that it wouldn't be competitive at all. But I always held that a single-digit win was certainly possible.
Actually, I'd like to go back to the 16th Senate race. So with Middlesex, if Middlesex still has more to report. So currently it says estimated 99% in, but because we know turnout's higher, we think there might be more. The current race only has Liquor up in the Middlesex portion over Pappas by about 28, 29 points. That is actually matching what Lori Poppy got in 2017. So it's about consistent with 2017. So if there's more Middlesex to come and Pappas actually does better, you might find a place where Pappas could find the overperforming votes to make up for his slight underperformance in Hunterdon.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's starting to look very interesting in that 16th district because there appears to be a potential for Kit Bateman to end up. Or sorry, I said that backwards. There appears to be a very strong potential for Mike Pappas to end up, in the end, replicating Bateman's victory, at least by margin. And again, it's unfortunate for Democratic legislative chances, but if they're not winning the 16th district, they're not winning anything else. In fact, they're at risk of losing in upsets, as you've seen, seats like District 11, District 3. Again, District 38 is still close early on. Even District 14, Elias is above 41% of the vote there now. But let's take the viewers through our lineup of legislative seats again right now and take a look at how they're shaping up before we get back to the governor's race. So Holly Schapese has not been projected winner, but she has 63% of the vote with 67% in. Should be on track to re-election. Very similar, Tony Bucco in his race against Jeff Grazel is actually getting almost 70% of the vote with 84% reporting, far exceeding expectations. Getting into more competitive seats, in the 21st district, John Bramnick with 60% in has a narrow lead of about a point over Joe Signorello. He's actually winning the Union portion, but again, expect Bramnick's lead to go back up. Expect this to look a lot like Tom Kane's margin of 9 points in 2017. Why do I say that? Because Signorello right now is only competitive, essentially, because he has a 20-point lead in the Somerset portion. But the Somerset portion, even though it's less electorally significant than the Union County portion of the seat, it's more Republican. It backed Tom Kane by about double the margin actually far more than that. It backed, let me pull up the numbers again. I just had them over here. But if you look at the 21st district, the Somerset portion backed Tom Kane by 25%, compared to only roughly a 4-point victory in the Union portion. So expect Bramnick to pad his lead. We have two very close marquee Senate contests right now. The 16th district, incredibly close, as we mentioned. In the Hunterdon portion, Pappas is behind where Kit Bateman was 4 years ago. The Somerset portion, still early again, but I feel like the Republicans still have room to climb across the county as a whole. So someone like Mike Pappas probably will end up taking the lead in the Somerset portion. It accounts for 45% of the votes cast in the district, and it voted for Kit Bateman by 13 points last time. So if he wants to win the seat, he definitely wants a lead in the Somerset portion. Middlesex is just South Brunswick again, but the margin there is pretty much lining up exactly with the result from 4 years ago. In fact, Mike Pappas is doing about 0.2% better than Kit Bateman did in South Brunswick 4 years ago. So that's shaping up to be close. Once again, though, overall with 76% in, Assemblyman Zwicker leads Pappas by under a percentage point, a race that is nearly tied. Very similar race in the 11th district has actually expanded slightly right now for Lori Annetta, who's now leading by a little under 1,000 votes, was previously leading by about 40 votes. That race appears to be about a 1-point lead for Annetta. The third district, as we mentioned, is getting precarious for Steve Sweeney with 71% in. The Gloucester portion, as we mentioned, it appears that almost all of it is in. Sweeney won it by 22 points in 2017. That same portion of the district, Steve Sweeney is only winning it by about 1.5 points this time. So the swing towards the GOP has grown even greater since we last updated you guys on this race, which makes it even more unlikely that Senator Sweeney will hold on to his seat once Salem and Cumberland report, given that those portions of the district, while less electorally significant, are more Republican. In the second district, with about half the vote in, Vince Mazzeo is currently stalled in his bid to defeat Palestina, who will become interim senator very shortly. Palestina has 56% of the vote there. So it looks like the Stockton poll in 2019 fashion is wrong again if those results hold up. So we'll have to not only be wary when looking at Stockton polling, but really any polling at this point. Our call in the 8th district appears correct at the moment, with about half the vote in. Gene Stanfield is ahead. Gene Stanfield actually appears to have won the Camden portion by 7 points. It voted Democratic 4 years ago by about the same margin. And the Burlington portion right now, Gene Stanfield is actually exceeding the Republican margin from 4 years ago in Bergen. So it appears the party switch could actually be a driving issue here. Stanfield's up by 10 there. And finally, on the assembly, to provide you all with an update here. Again, if you want a show of candidate quality in both the 16th and 11th districts. In the 11th, Marilyn Papirno and Kim Oilner right now, again, with a pretty large lead by assembly standards of about 2 points over assembly people Joanne Downey and Eric Hotaling. Again, that would bring the seat back into Republican hands for the first time since 2015. Similarly, in the 16th district, even though Zwicker is running ahead of the assembly Democrats like Gopal by an incredibly narrow margin right now, this could actually be a split delegation. But Vincent Panico is in first place with 25.7% of the vote, followed by Joe Lukac at 25.17. A mere 0.04% behind in third place is Roy Fryman. So you could potentially see, if that holds up, another split delegation in the 16th. We previously had Zwicker and Chitarelli. In the 3rd district, in fact, right now, a split delegation appears to be in the works with 71% in. Beth Sawyer is in first place with 25.11%. Adam Taliaferro in second place with Assemblyman Berzichelli in third. So it appears that crash that's affecting the Senate race is bleeding over into the assembly race there. And Republican candidates having no issues at winning the assembly districts in the 8th, holding those at the moment. And currently John Armato, one incumbent, and Karen Fitzpatrick, the other candidate on the slate, losing both those Democratic-held seats pretty badly at the moment. I want to throw it to the panel for your thoughts. This is quickly shaping up to be a very bad night for legislative Republicans. In fact, 75% of the vote in the governor's race is in, and Jack Ciattarelli has a lead of 4 points. 4 points over Phil Murphy.
I was just going to say that just extended.
There is a serious chance that Jack Ciattarelli could win this race.
Yeah.
Given what it's
There's
looking
a
at now.
really,
He could end up winning Bergen and Burlington if these numbers hold up.
Yeah, and of course, Andrew's.
So I don't know. Well, we should check the numbers in Bergen. I believe just flipped what decision desk had from Murphy to Ciattarelli. So I don't know if that was an input error before or if there's an input error now, but I believe it was the same. I think it was 58-47 the opposite direction a few minutes ago. I believe it was definitely 11,000 vote lead for Murphy a minute ago. I think it was the same numbers.
Yeah,
so
well, I'm going to go look at Wildstein's feed right now and see if he has anything to say about Bergen.
Yeah, and Burlington. Look at Burlington. That's typically a blue county. I know 40% in, but Ciattarelli, he's looking good with 13% on top of Murphy.
Yeah, Wildstein's saying that in Ocean County, at least, Ciattarelli is outrunning Chris Christie in 2009.
Wow.
Yo, Harrison, imagine if the Republicans didn't run a second assembly candidate in District 3. Given that they're probably going to win both those seats, dang.
This is a bad night for Assembly Democrats, and just bad night for all Democratic candidates.
I just saw that District 3. There's one Democrat, one Republican on top.
There's no
John Berzichelli could actually lose.
You're seeing Democratic Assembly slates underperforming Senate candidates in Districts 3, 11, and 16. The problem is, even though they're underperforming, those Senate Democrats also have a chance of losing, especially if you look at the Senate races in 11 with Gopal and 3 and with Sweeney. I mean, at this point, it even looks like Pappas could theoretically pull off a Kit Bateman-esque victory here.
Yeah, and look at
Like I
District 8.
said, with Somerset getting redder in the 21st. See if you look at the 21st district, John Bramnick getting closer to 54%. So again, it's going to start looking more like that Tom Kaine margin, like I predicted earlier, because you've got the votes tightening up in Somerset. But go ahead, Dominic, make your point. I'm sorry, I just wanted to point that out.
I was going to say, Bursa Kelly, he's a well-known assemblyman, Democratic assemblyman in the legislature, and he might just lose 71% in. That's huge. Beth Sawyer, the Republican, on top of even Adam Taliaferro. But going back up to my home district in 11, Marilyn Paperno still holding it up with Kimberly Uellner, the Shrewsbury councilwoman. Really an unbelievable night for the Republicans, and no projections as of yet. But District 11, and now Lori Annetta, she's looking really good against Gopal, the lead extended for the Republicans. And, of course, Chitterelli, 75% in. He's still up. My gosh, Republicans should really be patting themselves on the back, especially Chitterelli with Monmouth County. Monmouth County Republicans did a really, really, really good job of coming out for Chitterelli, 22 points up on Murphy. And that's his home county, too, just to add.
Yeah, whatever happens here, it's going to be close in the end.
None of Salem and Cumberland is in yet, and those are going to be Republican.
I know that's why I'm saying
Republicans. So yeah,
for all the Democratic vote that's still out, you have a lot of Republican vote that's out too. I mean, we can run it through with the viewers again. There's 30% left in Somerset. Chitterelli stands to improve a little bit more in Somerset. That would be my personal guess. He's still holding about a 30-point margin in Morris, which is very good. Warren's almost all in, but effectively there's still Sussex, still 13% in Morris, 30% in Somerset, still 70% in Passaic, and Passaic looks more like it'll be more of a Middlesex or Camden County this time around, where Chitterelli really doesn't perform that awfully. Bergen, I'm not sure what's going on there with the reporting. Hudson and Union are ticking up. But Mercer, I mean, Chitterelli's at 45% of the vote roughly in Mercer County with 61% in. If you're the Murphy campaign and that's what you're getting, that's awful. I'm going to be honest with you. In a county like Mercer with Trenton in it, where Kim Guadagno only got 33% of the vote, letting Jack Chitterelli finish anywhere above 40% is a bad sign, because that's not good. The whole point of the Democratic spine is to overwhelm the Republican parts of the state. But if Democrats are making significant inroads in the red parts of the state, in the other way around, if Republicans are making inroads in the more Democratic parts of the state, it's going to be tight. Both sides have numbers still out that are coming in that could sway this race in either direction.
Can I add something? Can we move over to Virginia just for a quick minute?
Sure.
So from what I see here, it looks to be a razor-thin margin for the House majority, House of Delegates for Virginia. They already had about 2 to about 4 flips so far. If anything, it will be a tied majority in the House of Delegates, but a very, very, really amazing night for the Republican Party, especially in Virginia and now New Jersey too. Chitterelli's still leading back in New Jersey, 75% in and 4% up on Murphy.
So I hear from Wildstein that the commission candidates in Cumberland, not sure if it's an at-large seat, but it seems that they are leading right now, so that should bode well for a Chitterelli victory in Cumberland at large.
Yeah, it looks like the Republicans are most likely at this point going to win the House of Delegates. They lead in all of the uncalled races by the various outlets that are calling these. It looks like it looks like they should be heavily favored to get a majority. Even they even flipped some of the larger reaches, although they missed some of the ones that were expected to be closer. The House of Delegates looks looks pretty safe. The margins are shrinking in all the races. Right, we were talking, it was an 8-point lead for the three top candidates. Now it's down to within 3 to 4 for most of them. The Attorney General is actually within 2 points. And if VPAP is correct that there are still 300,000 early votes left to count, those could get kind of close by the end of the night. But or at least the Attorney General race.
Good.
The House of Delegates looks more secure ironically enough, looks more secure at this moment for the Republicans than some of the races that have been already called.
Thank you for the update. With 88% reporting in the 16th district Senate race, it appears that the Democrat Andrew Zwicker has expanded his lead a little bit more, so not that close anymore. He's currently up 51.6 to 48.4 with 88% in. So if we take a little breakdown of the votes again, a lot of these new votes are coming in from the Somerset portion, which he is winning. And unfortunately for the Pappas campaign, without winning the Somerset portion, there really isn't a chance of victory, even if the margins in the rest of the district remain rather similar. We're going to have to see how it shakes out, but Bateman, in his 1-point victory, won the Somerset portion by 13%. It accounts for 45% of the total district value. So even if Pappas squeaks by with a narrow victory in the end here in the Somerset portion, which is possible, he's going to want to be winning it by a lot more if he wants to actually win the district. As for the Mercer portion, he's actually overperforming Bateman's numbers. He did overperform in South Brunswick a little bit in the Middlesex portion. But with about half the votes in, he's at 25% in Mercer. So that's about 4 points, 4 points ahead of what Bateman got 4 years ago. So that's a race we're going to keep watching. With the Somerset totals coming in, Bramnick, again, back in the lead against Signorello. About 66% reporting there, and the lead is about 53.4 to 46.6. The 38th district is one. It was one of the reach seats on our table board here, but those results are all coming from Bergen, and that's a pretty big deal. It would be a tough carry for the Democrats. And in the last special election in this district, Logano won the Bergen portion by 21 points. 91% of the votes come from the Bergen portion, so the winner of the Bergen portion wins the district. But it leads me to believe that either we're in for a massive upset or there are more Democratic votes that are still out in that Bergen portion, which is probably more likely. Looking at some of the other Senate contests right now, the 11th is not going to be decided tonight. About a 1-point lead for Annetta. It would be a major upset. Vince Palestina still with a very steady, actually expanded 57-43 lead against Mazzeo, and a very similar margin against Senator Adiego for Gene Stanfield in the 8th district. So both of those appear to be voting in tandem. As for the 3rd district, obviously the Gloucester portion's numbers spelled doom for Sweeney. It's actually gotten even a little bit closer, it looks, by about 0.2 of a percentage point. We're still waiting on Salem and Cumberland. Those will largely seal Sweeney's fate, but it appears a split delegation could be in the works, as we mentioned, in the 3rd. Berzichelli is in 3rd. Republican Beth Sawyer is in 1st, and fellow Assemblyman Adam Taliaferro is in 2nd. Republicans lead both assembly spots in 11 and 2, which would be flips. But the Democrats are actually, no, the 16th Assembly District is fascinating right now. Another potential split delegation. Roy Fryman is in the lead right now with 25.8%, the incumbent. But Sadaf Jaffer, she is the other Democratic slate nominee to fill the Zwicker seat. She is currently behind Republican Vincent Panico by what appears to be like 13 votes, roughly, which is ridiculous how close that assembly seat is at the moment. Thoughts on the legislature, guys?
Can I add one thing? District 14, Linda Greenstein, who is a possible.
That's the board. I did not see that one.
Yeah, it is.
I have to wonder if Republicans had just invested a little more in these seats like the 14th and the 38th, they might have won them outright.
Yeah, and something was projected. A Republican wins. Not sure where. Do you guys know? A second Republican district just got called for decision desk.
I'm not sure because I can't see him when I scroll over. I can't see the actual projection icon, but I would assume it's somewhere safe. But again, with 80% in, Elias is winning the Mercer portion, which is Hamilton Township, losing the Middlesex portion very badly. But the Middlesex portion is almost fully in at 89%. And Elias, with 30% out still in Mercer, is winning there. I mean, this is the home of Hamilton Township, the largest municipality in the district. It's going to be a close race, but theoretically, if Middlesex stops counting and Mercer keeps going and Elias holds his lead, he could win that seat in an upset. Which means out of all the reach seats, Republicans are leading in 2 of the reach seats right now. Close against Sweeney and Greenstein. And then the 15th is probably the best Democratic target.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if it's going to get another repeat like 2020, where because of bad data on everyone's side, Democrats go for seats that turned out they had no chance to begin with, and Republicans missed out on opportunities because they had no idea it'd be close. So you see like the 38th district where the Republicans are leading right now, 14th district, like they mentioned these, but if you look at the money, they put no money into these districts. Okay. Well, the 14th district is different because the state, I believe the Republican candidate is a rich self-funder there. But besides that, they didn't really put much money at all into these districts, like the 38th district. So
if Edward Dewar upsets Steve Sweeney, I think it shows that we really shouldn't care much, if you will, for fundraising anymore as an electoral judgment.
I will say though that if Sweeney goes down or not, he will still be outrunning Murphy by a lot, and a part of that reason will definitely still be his money advantage. I wouldn't say we should get rid of it entirely, but when polls are this off and the environment's this bad, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, the gubernatorial race, we just got a big drop. 83% is reporting, and Chitterelli is currently leading 51.4 to 47.8. So it appears that those Bergen numbers are holding up with 87% in. Jack Chitterelli with a 53-46 lead in Bergen. If he wins Bergen, he could win the governorship.
Phil Murphy better hope for a big freaking drop in Essex County.
Essex County has no election day vote reported yet.
Yeah,
I guess could be hit or miss at this point. I would expect Essex to still
okay,
maybe not by as wide margins, but to still at least give raw vote gains to Chitterelli to Murphy. Excuse me.
Again, if he's at or near the Guadagno performance without any election day vote, Chitterelli's only going to go up.
Yeah,
well, he's currently 10 points ahead of it.
I'm just saying that as the election day vote is counted, Essex is still going to grow the statewide Murphy margin, but it's precarious.
Yeah, he's going to need to run up the score big in Essex if Murphy wants to win right now. I suppose there's still quite a bit in Passaic left, but honestly, at this point, who knows how much Murphy carries Passaic, if he carries it at all.
Yeah, of the first 6 precincts to come in Passaic, I believe Chitterelli outright won them. Now, I don't know where those 6 precincts were or what that.
They're in the north.
Passaic is split.
They're in the northwest because southern Passaic is Passaic and Patterson. So, probably by Ringwood, New Jersey. So up northwest by Sussex County.
Passaic is a very weird county. Half of it is half of it is like in the more northwestern exurban parts, and the other part of it is just big urban cities like Patterson. So really weird county.
Can I add while we're at it? I'm looking at Atlantic County, and so far, with all the races reporting for county clerk, the Republicans up really, really big, 62 to 37%. Commissioner at large, 65 to 34. District 2, Atlantic County, 64-35. Commissioner District 3, unexpired term, it looks like 61 to 38. The Republicans up. Andrew Parker and Thelma Witherspoon. I think you mentioned that yesterday, Harrison. And District 5, Commissioner James Bertino, 73. Dr. William Byers, 26%. Republicans looking to clean sweep Atlantic County in the commissioner's race.
All I'm saying is, that curse for Democratic governors might prove to be the most important thing about New Jersey politics. If Murphy falls, then you're going to add another 4 years. It'll be almost 50 years. No, longer than that, because then Citarelli would be the incumbent. So if the Democrats win it in 4 years, when that Democrat comes up for election again, you'd be looking at almost 60 years, 54 years without a Democratic governor reelected.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is honestly unreal, because what I see with the difference between Phil Murphy and John Corzine, so to speak, when he would answer questions in his press conferences, a lot of people would say he didn't make sense. When I see it, it's maybe I don't want to set any alarms off, but maybe he was Biden before Biden was Biden. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you wish. But Phil Murphy, when he made good on his promises for $15 minimum wage, millionaires tax, funding Planned Parenthood, I thought possibly with that he was making good on all those progressive promises and hitting the campaign on all of those, and saying in Essex County he wanted to win by 5 touchdowns, that he could possibly defy the odds. But from what we see, it looks to be a continual trend.
It's gonna be close either way. New Jersey will likely still have some trailing vote by mails to report in over the week, although probably not that much.
If the outcome is, if it's close to 100% reporting and someone's up by like 2 points, the mail-ins aren't going to sway it.
Yeah.
That's too big. Mail-ins would sway a race like 1981, where it's decided by like 1,000 votes.
Yeah.
Well, do we know the number? Meaning, we don't really know how many were counted, but do we know what the initial number was of mail-ins expected, of early votes expected? Do we have county by county numbers for that we can at least try and judge? Like, are there large bases of early Democratic votes here that haven't been counted yet for whatever reason?
I don't think so.
That seems very useful to know.
I believe all of the counties start by counting early votes. So
that was the plan, but plans do. I mean, that doesn't always end up what happens on. That was the plan in Virginia also, and they also ended up some counted early votes first, some counted today's votes first.
Honestly, the only county that matters at this point is Essex.
Yeah.
Just looking at raw votes and how much is left, Union and Hudson are spent forces. Hudson is now officially 99% in. Citarelli appears on track to win Bergen. And judging by how well he's doing throughout the rest of the state, there's a good chance he can get more out of Burlington and Somerset, and will likely do extremely well in Salem and Cumberland. Not to mention half the vote in Sussex is still out. Again, not as many voters there as you'd have in a county like Essex, but even if he can just get to like 25% of the vote in Essex, that could be enough to hold the lead he has right now. Again, we're almost to 90% reporting. I mean, if Murphy wants to win, it's time for Essex to drop.
Yeah.
Well, I do believe that that Atlanta County has early votes that have not been reported yet. That'll probably give Murphy another 10 to 15,000.
There won't be enough. He's still going to lose Atlantic County.
Right. But I'm saying everything else in the margins. Yeah, Essex County still has no election day vote, and that should favor Murphy by a significant margin. How significant? Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, but ultimately, if it matches what we've seen in the rest of these blue counties, it's going to be decreased to some extent, as you would expect.
Right. 4 years ago, Murphy won Essex by 100,000 votes. Right. Right now, he's winning it by 26,000. So even if it's decreased by 30%, right? That's still almost the difference in votes right now, just from Essex County alone. So it's that we definitely need to see Essex County's numbers before we can even start to say anything, and we have to know where right before we can even start to say anything about the rest of the state.
Yeah, we really need to know what the margin in Essex is going to be before we can even get close to calling this race.
Before anyone can get close to calling a race, not that we do it ourselves.
Yeah.
So yeah, just looking at this, 86% in with Jack Chitterelli. He's up by 4. My goodness, over Phil Murphy. And what we have in District 11? Nothing else out of District 11. It looks like they're done counting, and we'll probably go to a recount with Lorianetta and Vingo Powell. That's another shell shocker.
I think it might be outside recount range now.
Really? You think so?
It's not a 41 vote lead anymore. It looks a lot more like the Bateman Senate race 4 years ago.
Yeah, and District 11 with the assembly race, Marilyn Paperno, Kim Muellner. That looks to be a big big
Kate
win for
May
them.
has fixed its results in the gubernatorial race and has broken heavily for Chitterelli as expected. So
another one, yeah, Monmouth County. I think Monmouth County was the biggest thing for Chitterelli. He is still up by 22. My goodness. But also looking back at District 16, look at Roy Fryman and Vincent Panico might eke himself a seat on the state assembly too. That might be a ballot split in District 16.
The 16th and the 3rd district right now, both potential ballot splits. Although, given the massive Sweeney underperformance in Gloucester, as soon as Salem and Cumberland begin to report, I think that will probably actually put both the Republican Assembly candidates and Edward Dewar on top over Sweeney, which would be one of the biggest upsets in New Jersey political history. But again, I don't see in the end how Sweeney can survive an 18-point Republican swing in a portion of the district that accounts for over 60% of the total vote. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, but Murphy, a few more precincts came in from Ocean County, and Chitterelli is over the 70,000 benchmark. He leads Ocean County by 71,200 votes, approximately. So that was your benchmark for him to actually pull off a win, and he hit it. Yeah, and there's still more precincts to come, so he's probably going to exceed it by a not minimal margin.
I have to say, gotta wonder how much of this was the gubernatorial campaign itself, and how much of this is just an absolutely horrendous political environment for the Democrats nationally right now.
And it just became that Younkin became on the offensive against McCall. Chitterelli became on the offensive against Murphy. Murphy had to keep defending the record of $15 wage. And, of course, Project Veritas was another big factor. I don't know how big, but it was a decent – from what I see, it was a pretty decent factor in the race that when James O'Keefe would ask Phil Murphy, will you mandate vaccine? Of course, he went inside the campaign, he infiltrated it. And I think that was another factor, but correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I'm not sure how much media airtime that particular moment actually got. So
this is a much broader conversation in general about how some media outlets miss what happens in other media outlets, because there are very few people outside the right-wing radio world tuned into right-wing radio. So things might not get a lot of play on television, which has a much more broad audience, a much less precise audience, right? That goes to everyone. Things might get much less play on television, and get much less play on cable news. But that topic, that if Murphy wins, he's going to mandate vaccines and masks and whatnot immediately, got a lot of play on right-wing radio, and that didn't really spill over into the broader campaign. Chitterelli didn't talk about it. It wasn't brought up at town halls or whatever. right?
Yeah.
Citarelli didn't campaign on it, but if that had an impact, it was within the Republican world itself, and not really pushed out towards the outside.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Guys, I have
It's
two
hard to
really
judge.
big
It's just hard to
Senate
judge.
races to report on. The 14th district now 84% of the vote in, and Adam Elias is at 49% of the vote, and continuing to gain on Linda Greenstein. 100% now reporting in the Middlesex portion, and the margin there this time is only 10 points for the Democrats. Previously, the margin was slightly larger at 13 points, but 60% of the district comes from the Mercer portion of the seat. And Adam Elias is still leading there with 30% of the vote out. So that Reach seat could potentially be won by the Republicans, assuming Mercer ends up going to the Republicans, which is still doubtful at this point. The 38th district is the other contest to watch tonight. 75% reporting, and Richard Garcia, the Republican, is winning the Bergen portion, which is the only segment of the seat that matters right now. Garcia very underfunded, but Scharfenberger, the Republican side, noted that he was a good candidate and he was someone to watch out for in this Reach seat. It would ultimately be a pretty big upset, but Garcia right now, if this Bergen lead holds and it aligns with what we're seeing for Citarelli and Bergen, could flip that seat.
For a race that nobody had on the cards, District 36, Paul Sarlo is only leading his Republican opponent by less than 3% currently in District 36. It is a district nobody really thought was competitive. And in the assembly races, both Republicans are actually narrowly ahead at the moment, with 97% of the vote in. Well, estimated 97% of the vote in. So this would be the biggest upset by far, because this is just, everyone thought this was safe.
And again, that upset would be ridiculously big if you look at it in total, because the 36th district voted for Joe Biden by 13 points, backed Murphy 60-38 4 years ago. I mean, that would be a big deal if you saw that flip. I mean, even Fred Madden in the 4th district in his Senate race, he very much has had a close race. By his standards, only 4 points. Yeah. Meanwhile, someone like Vince Mazzeo is getting destroyed by Vince Palestina in the 2nd district, and Senator Adiego still appears to be on an uphill battle if she wants to win re-election. Appears pretty unlikely.
And it looks like there's only an election day vote left in the 36th district, assuming all the early votes were counted in the big releases early. And if that's the case, that'll be it's hard to see where the Democrats have room to grow.
It is very hard. This has overall, obviously, become a very rough night for the Democrats in New Jersey and Virginia. 88% now reporting in the gubernatorial race. We got more numbers out of Bergen. Almost 90% in. Citarelli continues to lead. Atlantic County, 87%, and now a big jump. Citarelli still with 62% of the vote in Atlantic County. And as you know, Atlantic County voted for Murphy by 13 points last time. So that is a huge swing that should also affect Salem and Cumberland. And if the election day vote margins aren't as big as Murphy wants in Essex, that's going to be a major problem when the Republicans still have votes in Sussex, Burlington, Salem, Cumberland, and Atlantic. And I mean, if they're winning Cumberland, that's a surprise as well. It traditionally is a Democratic county. Bergen, right. Another one. Very interesting coalitions that we're seeing right now.
The numbers in Atlantic County just make me wonder if they haven't reported their early vote yet. Just because, first of all, they're something like 15,000 votes short of their 2017 turnout totals, and we'd expect turnout this race to be higher. So there are a lot of votes missing, and just a swing that wide, right, from a 13-point Murphy win to a 25-point Citarelli win. It just makes you wonder if the votes we're missing aren't the Murphy votes.
I wouldn't exactly say that we would expect turnout to be higher for sure.
Well, it's been higher everywhere else, so it should be at least a bit higher, likely.
New Jersey's total votes cast, if you look at turnout, has generally gone down over the last few cycles, barring 2009 as an exception. It's cast fewer and fewer votes. I mean, turnout was pretty poor 2009 is the only exception, but compared to Virginia, which usually gets mid-level 40s in participation, New Jersey's usually 38, 39, something very paltry like that. So turnout, I would not assume 100%. And I see what you're saying about the mail-ins, the early votes in Atlantic, but ultimately I don't think it's going to change. That this is fundamentally a complete turnaround for the GOP in Atlantic.
Right, but there's still a big difference, especially if Murphy winning this race, between the turnaround being a 20-point swing versus a 40-point swing.
And Morris County, very, very big margin there for Chitterelli, looking like a very strong performance overall. Definitely what he needed to get in that Biden County that's still very strong for the GOP down the ballot. Curious to see how Somerset shapes up after that. But I think there's a very good chance Phil Murphy does lose this election.
I'm just
going to go out and say I think it's very possible.
I'm sort of just throwing out polls for the next few months at least.
I mean, I'm a big fan of reading polls. I didn't note. I think I noted on Twitter sometime late last week, early this week, that if we see a big miss in the polls in New Jersey, it's because unlike that Emerson poll, I'm almost positive it was Emerson. I'm gonna feel bad for me saying the wrong name all night. That had it within 4. Right,
it was Trafalgar.
Trafalgar was the most recent one. Emerson was the close one. A few weeks
Emerson was the old close one. Yes,
was the 52-48 one. Yes. So each of the polls that came out in the final weekend had about 50% of voters having a college degree or higher. Right, the actual number for New Jersey is a tad under 40%, but they usually college educated voters usually turn out a little more than people without a college degree, so a little over 40%. So there was a 10-point gap between the polls and reality on 20 points, right, 10 in each direction, between the polls and reality on college educated voters, which has seemed to over the past few years become one of the better indicators of party affiliation. So I did point out, I think it's on Twitter about a week ago, that if there's a big miss in New Jersey, it would be because the polls are missing the non-college educated voters, which definitely looks like it's happening.
At this point, polling, I'm trying to say this objectively, but looking at the polls and all the misses we've seen in the last half decade at this point since 2016, polling's been accurate sometimes and inaccurate other times. I don't know. I think it's beyond repair. I think we have to take polling with a grain of salt at this point. There are much more effective ways of doing electoral analysis than polling, because otherwise you're going to end up with a fully math-minded model, and that doesn't always explain the situation.
Although if you took fundamentals over polling in Virginia, you'd have gotten it wrong tonight. So
I'm not sure what fundamentals would have gotten you a Republican or even a super narrow Democratic win in New Jersey, though.
Right.
At the end of the day, where
we needed good polling, we didn't get good polling in Virginia.
As pundits, we just know a bunch of facts and incorrectly predict elections.
Yeah, I just wondering why we were wrong. What information would have allowed you to confidently predict a super close race in New Jersey or a Republican?
No, exactly.
A better sample of Republican
because we didn't have good polling.
Yeah, I don't think there was no information, I believe, that could have gotten us to predict this correctly.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying, as pundits, we really don't know what we're talking about. I mean, we know a lot about.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
But we really don't know. It's just like guessing blind. It's like walking through a corn maze with a blindfold on. At this point, we thought the districts 2 and 8 would be the marquee races, and they're not even competitive.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'm learning all this now since I'm brand new to the panel and just navigate my way through this whole thing with as big of a surprise as we've seen here in New Jersey and even Virginia too. But I have to add. By the way, my friend, a personal friend of mine who I've gotten to know up in North Jersey, he decided to run for school board in Nutley. He is likely to be set to be the youngest elected official in the state of New Jersey. His name is Nick Scotti. 19 years old. He's going to be a board trustee in the city of Nutley. So I had to acknowledge that since we're here. So 19 years old, he's going to be one of the most youngest elected officials in New Jersey. So I have to extend my congratulations to Nick.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that sounds great. It's wonderful to hear that.
And other than that, we also have since I'm on District 11. No movement. District 14. I'm telling you, District 14 was it should be one of the biggest shockers in the entire state. As much as Linda Greenstein may just hold on to it, it's a 3-point margin, 86% in. But I think District 11 is probably the biggest, absolute biggest upset in the state.
Well, if Sweeney loses, that's far bigger than the 11.
That's far bigger than the 11. That's a very slim margin, only 74% in, so you never know. And that will be an absolute earthquake.
And if Republicans win assembly seats in District 36, that is just absurdly out of the world upset.
I know. We're on the verge of having multiple split delegations. That's the Sarlo seat, 36. He had an even closer re-election than Fred Madden. That race shouldn't have even been close.
Holy God!
We're getting some absurd results tonight.
Yeah, this is really absurd. This is crazy.
Again, if you think 14 is good for Republicans, look at District 38. Richard Garcia could very well win that seat. Keep in mind that in 2013 in the Christie wave, the party was feuding between whether to target seats in South Jersey like Tom Kaine wanted or target the 14th and the 38th like Chris Christie wanted, and they ended up losing all of them. But they came closer in the 38th and 14th districts, but they still ultimately lost both of them.
And I'm guessing the Lisa Swain and Chris Tully are the incumbents?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And who's a senator in the 38th?
Sarlo.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. That's the 36th. The 38th is Joe Lagana.
Wow. Yeah. I remember that. But oh my God. And where's 38? I'm losing it here. Sorry about that, guys. Wow. My God. I can't believe, and Lagana's losing himself by 5 points.
That reach seat right now is in the category of the 11th.
Yeah,
and Chitterelli's on the verge of getting 52% of the vote here.
Yeah, and this is a wave.
Yeah, I believe Lagana won by 20 points 4 years ago. So
he did. That's why I was saying, it's almost entirely based in Bergen County with a little bit of Passaic. So the fact that he's winning by that much, it's a big deal.
I feel at this point, when you're losing like that, when you see giant waves all across the board, I really feel like at this point we can't really make estimations that are local anymore. These have to be national environment at this point, because when you have race-specific concerns, you see big shifts within a single race. When you see what happened in Virginia, where you see this uniform shift everywhere. We see New Jersey, we see uniform shifts everywhere. You got to. I feel like you can't just say, oh, this incumbent this wrong, or this person did that wrong. It's just a national environment that's just absurdly bad to Democrats right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's where politics is going at the end of the day. And if this environment, you're going to start hearing it because the midterm campaign starts tomorrow as soon as these elections are over.
Yep.
And that's how it's going to go. And if the environment is the same as it is now next November, then the Democrats are going to be swamped in the midterms.
Hold on.
Crazy.
Hold on. If I'm correct, currently there's a decent. Republicans can't flip the New Jersey State Senate, but they could get super close, I think.
You know what? One of the weirder things of the night, by the way, is that Chitterelli's raw vote lead is currently larger than Younkin's is.
All right, so if Republicans flip, if Republicans hold District 15, which they're currently not favored to, but they could, they flip District 8, they flip District 38, and if they somehow they're not going to 99% voting, they're probably not going to
If they upset in 3, 11, 14, and 38, those are all flips. Four flips.
3, 11, 3, 11, 3, 8, 11, 38. That'd be 4 seats. So
And then they're winning the 8th too. 5.
Oh yeah, no, from 20. What's the 5th seat?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if they win District 3, 11, 38, 14, and then what else? If they win District 8, that's 5 seats. And then if they win 16, that's a hold. If they hold 2, yeah, they'd be looking at a net gain of 5 in the chamber.
Yeah, so currently Republicans are favored, in my opinion.
The Democrats would hold the Senate majority.
They're favored to win 11. Yeah, currently Democrats have a 25 have a lead of 25-15 in the Senate currently, the Senate. So meaning Republicans would need a net gain of 6 in order to flip the chamber, or 5 to just tie it. Or 5 right now looks to win 3, 8, 11, 38, and then hold 16 and win one of at least 14 or 36 if they were to do.
Even if you go with the worst potential outcome for the Senate GOP, they're still going to end up with a much closer Democratic Senate majority at the end of the night, based off of these upsets. I mean, 14 and 38 still remain a bit uncertain, but districts like 8, 3, and 11 seem much more likely at this point.
Actually, wait, hold up. They could tie the assembly. Republicans could tie the assembly.
That is true. Okay,
93%.
Okay, this is big. 99% in Bergen right now, and Chitterelli is leading Phil Murphy 52-47. 51.8 statewide, with 93% in.
Yeah. Thing with currently as it is, if Republicans are able to, because I think Republicans are leading right now in 36 in the assembly level, even if they're not winning in the state Senate level. So if they flip 36, 38, 2, the second district, the third district, and third district, I believe, and the 16th district, I think that's enough to tie.
You would have to double check the math. I don't know off the top of my head, but
let me just make sure of that, because these chambers were not supposed to be competitive at all, but they're the. Oh, we need to consider a possibility right now. Hold on, New Jersey. Currently, the New Jersey General Assembly, the Democrats have a 52-28 lead, which means Republicans would need to gain 13 seats to take a majority or 12 seats to tie. Currently, where would they get 12 seats right now? Well, they'll likely get 2 from District 2. They'll likely get 2 from District 3. Likely get 2 from District 11. They could get 2 from District 16. They could get 2 from District 36. And they could get 2 from District 38. That'd be 12 seats. That would be a tied assembly. So 2, 3, 11, 16, 2, 3, 11, 16, 36, 38. If they can flip assembly seats in all 6 of those districts, they tie the assembly. Which, of course, would be humongous in New Jersey politics. Now, the path for them to get an absolute majority in the assembly, that's difficult.
Okay, that's been taken back already.
Let's take it back.
Bergen has changed.
What's happened?
88% reporting in, so there's still VBMs out in Bergen.
Okay, there's still vote by mails out. So in that case, I guess 37 and 36 38 and 36 could flip back still, but we'll have to see. The fact that they even got close is absurd, and that they could flip. So yeah, how are they doing in 14 assembly?
14 assembly, only the Mercer portion is still out at the moment. And last I checked,
that doesn't look close. It could be close, but not right at the moment.
Yeah, last I checked, Elias was down district wide, but he is winning the Mercer portion with about half in.
Well, actually, Greenstein is only leading Elias right now by 0.5%. However, in the
still a lot of votes out in Mercer.
Yeah. However, in the assembly, you see the Democrats leading Republicans by about, I think, 5. Off the top of my head, I think they're leading by 5%. So you've seen Greenstein actually underperform her Democrat companions by a decent bit here. That self-funding money Adam Elias is putting in made a dent.
Okay, so Essex right now is 83% in. Everything else has been reset for VBMs, but so far in Essex, I mean, it's what I expected. Chitterelli is doing far better than Guadano by about 8 points, or to the tune of eight points, you could say. But that's been recalibrated to be 83% in. Some of the other counties have been set back a little bit. Hudson, for example, Mercer, Camden, more votes out. But at the same time, there are now more votes out in Atlantic as well, and in Morris, where Chitterelli has a very strong lead. And Somerset, again, just a little over half reporting. So this throws the election into a greater state of limbo. But if 83% of the votes in Essex are really being reported and Chitterelli's doing that well, and, 70% of Burlington is still out, he could, again, if Essex finishes and Hudson and Union finish and he still has a lead, then Murphy has no way of winning.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I'm hearing that that a lot of the stuff that's out in, for instance, in Burlington is actually vote by mail. But again, so it looks like, again, I'm not sure how accurate those reports are. I'm hearing, but we'll have to see. Because you see Burlington only 33% in, and I don't believe we ever saw the vote by mail dump there. So yeah.
No, I don't think we did. But there are, the AP says there are over 200 precincts left, over 200 in-person precincts left to report also. So whatever Murphy gets in vote by mail there, he's likely going to lose.
Yeah,
it's going to be a net negative for him. Burlington's going to be a net positive for Chitterelli the rest of the way. Yeah, Essex says 500 of the 550 count precincts have reported in, and Murphy's lead is only about 71,000 votes.
Yeah, Murphy's not hitting the numbers he needs in Essex to win. If Essex fills up fully, it's going to be difficult. It's going to get very close very fast. But if if Essex and Hudson are fully reported and Chitterelli is still in the lead, it is going to be very, very difficult for Phil Murphy to be able to take back a lead, if not impossible. Somerset, there's still a lot out. Given how well he's doing in Morris, it makes sense that Somerset's out. I'd say probably a lot of the election day vote is still out, because I expected Chitterelli, if he's winning Bergen, Burlington, Atlantic, doing that well in Morris, I think Chitterelli could seriously win Somerset County. So I was pretty confident that more than 30% of the ballots were left to be counted when I was looking at the results earlier.
Somerset looks like they have about 60% of the in-person precincts left to count.
Yeah. Then he could very well take a lead in Somerset by the end of the night if that is the case.
So,
okay. So according to a reporter from I guess he no longer works at New Jersey Globe. He works at New Jersey Monitor, and Nikita Birkov. Bergen does not have any vote by mail ballots in right now, I think.
That's why Bergen reset to 88% reporting from 100% reporting.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, that's believable.
Yeah,
But it is almost all the in-person vote. There are 13 precincts left unreported.
Again,
we'll have to see
Chitterelli doesn't have to win Bergen to win the election.
Right. And we don't know. We don't know what the vote by mail totals were. Right. We don't know what the number of ballots left is. I'm gonna start checking New Jersey website to see if anyone has that.
Yeah, he doesn't need to win Bergen to win. We'll just but there are sources of ballots out for Murphy still. So we'll have to. So we still need to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, and of course the Sarlo, the 36th district Senate race is in limbo. 38 is in limbo again, and obviously the assembly races in the 36 where the Republicans had been leading earlier. Those are at risk. It looks like District 3 is back down to 54% reporting, only 83% in the 11th district. So it's a lot like what Wildstein said. I mean, pretty much all the progress we've been making with total vote has been completely reset. And now these races are all going to be held in the balance by VBM ballots that have to be counted. So in all of these really tight legislative races, someone like Adiego or Mazzeo might be done still, but maybe if the VBM is more favorable for Dems and Gloucester, Sweeney can do a little bit better. I don't know, honestly, what's going on for sure with these VBMs. I mean, let's see. In Gloucester, I wouldn't say that. I think Sweeney could still go down. It looks like the Gloucester total's only gone down by about 10%, so it's down to 89% reporting. But it looks like Edward Durr has increased his margin with that recalibration. And now Sweeney's only winning the Gloucester portion by 1, which would be, the closest it's been yet tonight.
Yeah, currently, from what I'm reading, Atlantic is missing his vote by mails, and Bergen is missing his vote by mail, and I believe and Burlington as well. I'm not sure what else is missing right now.
And again, that 8th district race will probably get a lot closer once the Burlington vote by mails come in, since VBM ballots tend to lean towards the Democrats. Districts 2 and 8 could actually become a lot tighter. We may have just been seeing a mirage, if you will. I'm not sure.
Given
now that we're back down to 84% reporting statewide, though, we can slowly see that number tick back up and then better gauge how this race is going to go.
Yeah, it looks like there are about 700,000 total early votes in New Jersey. I can't find anywhere that breaks it down by county yet. So it'd be hard to.
I mean, vote by mail definitely been in for some of these. Has definitely been reported for some of these counties. I believe it's like I'm pretty sure Ocean guys vote by mail in as well as.
Yeah, I think VBM is good. It's an early question of early vote at this point.
Right. No, I don't think VBM. I think Bergen's missing VBM.
Somerset flipped.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
Yeah, currently with the new vote dump in, Jack Chitterelli is now leading in Somerset County by almost 10 points over Phil Murphy.
And again, that lines up with the Morris County margin. I mean, again, Morris County now, he's getting 57% of the vote there. 4 years ago, it was only an 8-point win for Guadano. She got 53% of the vote. It is obviously a Biden county, but now you have Chitterelli up by like 16 points, which better aligns with an overperformance in Hunterdon. Could definitely translate to a win in Somerset, because even with some down ballot Republicanism last time, Guadano wasn't actually able to win Somerset.
And one thing to add, and probably you guys would echo me when I say this, Chitterelli is quite literally overperforming, 99%, over 99% in with Monmouth County, and Jack Chitterelli is beating Phil Murphy by 24 points. This is Phil Murphy's home county here in Monmouth. He lives about 15 minutes away from me in Middletown, and Chitterelli is blowing him up right here in his home county, which is unreal. And now there's a lot of movement with the polls. Jack Chitterelli just broke 1 million votes, 85% in.
That Somerset might be a bit of a mirage, because Phil Murphy was at 31,675 votes before it flipped, and now he's at it after. So it could just be they've input Chitterelli's votes in a new vote input and haven't put in Murphy's yet.
and Mike
Still,
Pappas.
we can expect the general trend of Chitterelli doing better overall in Somerset as the votes come in. I mean, there are more in-person votes out in Somerset than other derivatives. So once they correct the Murphy margin, should correct the mirage, but it's not going to change the general trend.
Right.
I will note. Actually, I'm gonna quickly. I'll be right back. I'm gonna quickly see the current swing between counties for counties that are finished counting, because while the swing in Monmouth is pretty darn significant from Rodogno plus 12 to Jack plus 22. Well, 23 now. Yeah, Jack plus 23. I think the biggest swings I'm pretty sure are the South Jersey ones, like Gloucester.
Yeah. Well, that would make sense because you went from Phil Murphy doing exceptionally well in South Jersey to what appears now. I mean, we have to wait on Atlantic County, but to Chitterelli doing extensively better and just lapping up that support and that enthusiasm from South Jersey voters and South Jersey Republicans. And again, I mentioned this in my article, but going into this election, Republicans in South Jersey from their gubernatorial numbers 4 years ago really just didn't have much more to fall at that point. I mean, we have to remember just how well Murphy really did do in South Jersey in those legislative districts and in many municipalities that voted for Trump twice.
Yeah, and now looking down at District 1, Mike Testa, he is blowing up the margins right now, 60.08% over Yolanda Balicki, just under 40%. But I'm looking up also District 16, Mike Pappas over Andrew Zwicker, 51 to 48, a 3-point lead. And also you have in District 16 in the assembly race, it's still a ballot split. But actually, never mind. The Republicans are both taking the lead now. Vinny Panico and Joe Lukac are both in the lead over Roy Fryman and Sadaf Jaffer. It looks to be Republicans winning in District 16.
Yeah, so I mean, we've only seen a few projections here. Fred Madden in the 4th district was projected winner by our team, but he only got 52.5% of the vote, and the recalibration puts him at 83% of the vote. So, judging by what's left, the remaining ballots should break in Madden's favor if the team was confident enough to make a projection. So, we did project that 4th district race. I'm just updating our big board sheet, but I'm going to get back to you guys with more projections. I'm just confirming it all to make sure we report it properly.
Yeah, of the counties of which all the precincts are reported, yeah, Gloucester has reported all of its precincts. So what's left in Gloucester should only be the vote by mail. The vote by mail right now.
Yeah, Gloucester again. I would agree. Vote by mail will tell the story, but I mean, the real thing to watch in Gloucester is it's going to make or break. You know, I don't really know if I believe that, given how much Sweeney has fallen there. It might already be broken.
Also,
Sweeney would have to be winning the Gloucester portion of his seat by much, much more right now for me to be confident that he could hold on.
So in 2017, Sweeney won the Gloucester portion by 22% while winning statewide, while winning district-wide by 15.5. So he'd have to tracking this performance, he'd have to win the Gloucester portion by around 4 to 5 points in order to win district-wide. On average, of course, he could do better in the other places disproportionately, but given that he lives in Gloucester, you expect him to maybe do better there. If you look at 2013, when he won by 9.6%, he won Gloucester then by about 11 points. I don't know. Sweeney will have to definitely be doing a lot better than he's doing right now if he wants to hold on. So yeah. Although I will say, even if Sweeney goes down, which looks like he probably will, he's definitely going to be outrunning Phil Murphy there by probably double digits.
But I don't know if Gloucester has mail-in votes. I highly doubt it's many. They're already 20,000 votes over their total from
Yeah.
right. Murphy basically stayed the same. Right, he got 43,000 this year. He got 42,000 in 2017. Right, Chitterelli ran up 20,000 votes more than Godano had. I don't know how many more that there are left. There are probably some, but I don't know how many more it is. Right, they're already over 20,000 votes over their 2017 totals.
Actually, yeah. Hold on. I think I'm looking at districts 3 and I'm looking at districts 4 and 5, which say that there's still a decent bit of vote out. I just remember, yeah, those districts actually extend to Camden County. So the outstanding votes for those two districts for vote by mail wise probably aren't in Gloucester, but are probably Camden actually. Because according to decision desk, even with the adjustments, it still has Gloucester at estimated over 99% in, while it has Camden at an estimated 80% in.
It's going to be close regardless of what the outcome ends up being here. I mean, we don't know. All I'm saying, though, is if Sweeney does go down, that would be the biggest upset in modern Jersey political history.
Well, yeah. Well, what I'm also saying that I'm not sure that any vote by mail left or much at all in Gloucester. Because if that's, yeah, I don't think there's much left. In that case, I think Sweeney's going to go down. There's not much to pad his margin there.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I've been saying the whole time. He simply has underperformed too much in his core constituencies, if you will, to be able to survive. I don't see a path.
Unless he somehow like does a lot better in like the Cumberland portion, or he's not gonna. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna hold on. Absurd for a race that again, New Jersey Republican almost didn't run a second assembly candidate and spent about $100 in it and ran a truck driver against Sweeney for it.
Yeah. And it's funny. I mean, I just put this out on the Elections Daily account, but it's honestly hilarious, or not hilarious. It's just strange how you spend so much money in what became the most expensive campaign in the history of the New Jersey legislature in 2017 to defeat Sweeney, and then you just end up with a 17-point loss. But an underfunded truck driver comes, and now he upsets Sweeney.
It's not like Sweeney. It's not like Sweeney took this race like. He might have taken it lightly, but it's not like he didn't try at all. He raised $1 million
in one night practically over the summer.
Yeah, he spent $1 million here last year just to make sure he won, and he still might not win.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be tough. Gopal is a big upset, but Sweeney losing, that's a next level upset.
Yeah.
Trying to see, looking at where else.
Gopal's only losing by less than a point now, but I don't. Yeah, estimated 83% in. Are there precincts out for Monmouth?
Yeah, there
are 13 precincts out for Monmouth.
Yeah, very very little.
Are they
not much? It's just the overall count has just decreased across the state because they had to recalibrate for VBMs.
What's the 17% out for District 11 then? Do all 13 of those precincts happen to be in District 11?
Yeah, something changed in District 11. It was originally 99% reporting. Now they just dumped it down to 83%, something like that.
Yeah. I can't imagine having any more vote by mail to count.
Yeah,
Monmouth.
I mean, no. I'm almost certain that those leftover Monmouth precincts are in the 11, and that's why it's gone back down.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
But the AP now has the same numbers for Somerset as Decision Desk does. So Murphy's did stay the same when those new precincts reported. But if there's a mistake, if there's an issue, it seems to be on the precincts reporting somehow, somewhere along the line reporting, and not with Decision Desk, because the AP has the same seemingly improbable situation where Murphy's votes didn't change at all, and Chitterelli gained about 14,000, I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible Murphy just did not get any new votes on that reporting cycle. So, oh, we have a call. Our first race that was on the board that has been projected. Tony Bucco Jr. will be reelected. at this point to a full term. He currently leads Democrat Jeff Grazel, the mayor of Morristown Township, by a 20-point margin. He has 59.4% of the vote, but our team has officially projected Senator Bucco will win commandingly. We had this race at likely Republican, probably a little bit less competitive than we expected, but somewhere in that ballpark. Again, this is a Biden seat that he won while on the same night as Biden last year. No issue there. Morris County, Chitterelli is doing very well in Morris, 79% in, but that's notable because it's the first race on the board tonight for Republicans that they have held for their caucus.
Competitive seats, that is, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the only seat that we had as a rating. You know, when I say on the board, all the seats on the board are races that were rated toss-up, lean, or likely, or in this case, lean or likely, since we got rid of toss-ups, and 25 is one of those seats.
I'd like to revisit the 16th district. Hold on. 100. Okay, so Hunterdon, Jackson.
Do that, and then I'll update our viewers on the state of the Senate right now.
Yeah, currently in State Senate District 16, Mike Pappas is actually leading Andrew Vicker by about almost 3 points, with 60% of vote estimated in. So yeah, a lot. Yeah, we've seen Hunterdon. He's still the same 23%. So still running a bit behind. Chip Bateman, but we see like Somerset. Somerset, he's winning by 9%. Then I believe that's also behind Kip Bateman last time.
Kip Bateman won Somerset by 13.5.
Yeah, and let's see. Let's look at the other two.
Although I think that or in this case, I think that Pappas was performing slightly better than Bateman and Mercer and Middlesex.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those two. Let's see. Currently, okay, so Mercer still has a lot of vote to come in, so I'm going to skip that.
I mean, Middlesex is one township. It's just South Brunswick.
Yes, Middlesex. It's a pretty Democratic township, but currently, Vicker is only winning Middlesex by 28 points. Which let's see, how did that go in? That's about the same as 2017.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, you know,
I feel like there's probably
might be hope on the horizon for the Pappas campaign.
No, I feel okay. Never mind. Either GOP turnout is really high, or they're just missing. I think they're just some Democratic votes in the thing. In Mercer, I think yeah, Mercer had a lot of votes to come in. That's the thing. Specifically, the part Mercer is Princeton. So
yeah.
Can I put in some input for local races as of right now?
Go ahead.
You can, but first I just want to briefly go over the senators that we have projected. Our team has projected as having been reelected. In the 4th district, we can project that Democrat Fred Madden will be reelected. A Democrat there, but by a closer than expected margin as of now. He's currently only leading with 52.5% of the vote. The district broke for Biden 57-42 last year. So again, closer than expected race for Senator Madden. In the 10th district, Jim Holtzapfel will win re-election. We can project that is an Ocean County-based seat. It includes Toms River and Brick Township. Samuel Thompson, whose seat spans Middlesex, Monmouth, Ocean, and Burlington. The community there is Old Bridge, and we can project that he will win re-election. In the 13th district, this district actually kind of followed Monmouth's favorable trends for Democrats in the 2020 presidential election. Trump only won the seat 52-47, but Senator O'Scanlan is winning by a pretty solid margin, and he has been projected winner. That's Marlborough and Middletown.
Murphy's
further along. In the 17th district, Senator Bob Smith, a Democrat, has been reelected. That's Franklin Township, Piscataway, and New Brunswick. The 20th district, Joe Cryan was unopposed. That's the Elizabeth seat, Union County. In the 22nd district, we can project Nicholas Scutari will win re-election, another heavily Democratic seat. That includes Democratic communities like Plainfield, Rahway, Linden, Greenbrook. We have a span of projections in North Jersey. We already mentioned Tony Bucco, but 23rd District Senator Michael Doherty will win re-election fairly easily. This seat was also competitive. It's Warren, Hunterdon, and Somerset, but it only voted for Trump by 2 points last year. So again, Republicans outrunning the top of the ticket. And Steve Arojo, who is set to become the next minority leader of the Senate with Tom Kaine departing, he has been reelected as well, we can project. And the final two Democrats who have been projected winner, former governor and longtime Senator Richard Cody has been reelected. That is the Livingston West Orange seat in the 27th. And Teresa Ruiz, unopposed in her Essex-based seat. She represents Newark. She has been reelected. So with that, the count in the state Senate is, as far as I have ascertained, 6 Democrats and 6 Republicans right now. So 12 seats have been called, which leaves 28 districts outstanding.
I want to comment on the first one. We said the 4th district, right? The lead in that, if Madden's lead is only about 3,100 votes, with potentially thousands in, with potentially thousands left remaining in Camden. So, meaning we don't know what we don't know, but decision desks for making those calls must be pretty confident that there are a fair number of early votes waiting to come in from those counties. Because if they weren't, then I wouldn't understand this call with the way that the election day votes seem to have been trending towards Republicans. That Madden's lead is not safe if everything left is election day vote. So decision desks must know somewhere that there's at least a not insignificant number of early votes left that will come and support the Democrats there.
And I guess I will take it from there with local races that I'm looking at right now in my home county of Monmouth. Manasquan Borough. Now, Manasquan tends to nationally and in a statewide realm vote Republican typically. And they have currently a 5-to-1 split between the mayor and council, if my mind is correct. Only one Republican is on the city council. It's a partisan, they do partisan elections. And tonight, 2 Republicans will take out 2 Democratic incumbents, if my mind is correct. There's at least one incumbent Democrat on that Democratic slate. I know that much. But 2 Republicans will be taking seats on the Manasquan Borough Council. I'll also go over to Eatontown. Eatontown is a typically, when it comes to council races, a very battleground type of town. Republicans will be winning big in Eatontown's borough council also. Last year in the 2020 election, there was a split between a Democrat and a Republican winning in the borough council race in Eatontown. The Republican incumbent councilman won by only about 9 to 10 votes, while the Democratic councilwoman won her rightful seat in the first place. She actually happens to work in my college, where she won by a rightful about 100-vote margin over the Republican councilman, and him 10 votes over the other Democratic running mate of that new Democratic person coming in. But 2 Republicans winning in Eatontown. And I'll tell you, Republicans are winning everywhere up and down the ballot, and very big surprise to all of us.
Yeah, so one thing that I think, I'm just going to draw everybody's attention to this 3rd District Senate race as well, because I'm curious what you think about this, Ethan. I mean, we all know that there's effectively been a near 20-point swing for the Republicans in the Gloucester portion of the seat, which is the most important part. So it's still going to be hard for somebody like Sweeney to hold on. No Salem yet, but Cumberland. I mean, Sweeney still has an early but strong lead. I think the exact margin, if I'm looking, he's up by 20 points in Cumberland right now, which is actually a little bit more than he won it by last time. 4,600 votes were cast last time. So, I mean, still a lot left to report in Cumberland. So I'm not going to, count anything out. I think that could be Bridgeton City reporting, like the actual Bridgeton City portion, which is the bluest part of the Cumberland County portion, right down there in the southern part of the district border. So I think it'll tighten a little bit. But ultimately, the Cumberland portion is the weakest part of the district. It only accounts for 8% of the seat. So given that the damage is already done in Gloucester, if Salem breaks hard for Durr, I think that Sweeney could be in a lot of trouble. But meanwhile, let's get back to the governor's race for a little discussion. 86% is reporting right now, and Chitterelli has a lead of about 2.2%. Cumberland has begun to report right now, 55% in. Chitterelli's leading heavily. It's traditionally a Democratic county. Atlantic, you still got about 20% of the votes out. Burlington, about 2/3 of the vote out. Somerset County, about 1/3 out. And then Bergen, 10%. Even Essex, 83% reporting was the last drop there, but it doesn't seem like Murphy is hitting ideal numbers in Essex County, to say the least, right now.
Yeah, I would. Although Essex County still has to vote by mail out, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
Well, you're sure about Essex County having vote by mail? Well, the first 40,000 or so votes we saw were just early in person. Essex, we had those 40,000 that showed up at the beginning of the night, and then we had one big vote dump a half hour ago or so. And
right. Sorry, wrong county. Apologies. Not Essex. I was thinking of Camden, I think, but sorry.
So many of these close legislative races. A really abnormally high number of close legislative races this year are not going to be decided tonight. I really don't think they'll be certified tonight. I think by 1 or 2 a.m. we might have a pretty good idea of what the count's looking like, but I don't know. So many of these races are nail biters, and we didn't expect them to be so. And again, I'm going to work on updating the big board to report to the viewers which seats we have called right now. So I'm going to be updating that, and I'll get back to you guys in a second. So in the meantime,
there was a new call in the meantime.
Okay.
We're up to 13 calls. Now 15. DDHQ just called 2 more.
Yep, I know. I'm filling it out because I have to go through each individual race to see who actually won. I can't just mouse over the race and see who's been projected winner. So I'm working on that. In the meantime, Ethan, do you have something? Can you go over the assembly races for us again, Ethan? Where they stand right now?
Sure. Ignoring what's outstanding right now, currently in the assembly races, Republicans no longer lead in District 36. That Democrats have retaken that lead, so no astronomical upset there anymore, or probably. But currently, Republicans are still leading in assembly races District 38, where they are holding a pretty darn big lead. The combined Republican vote there is about 55% to Democrats 45%. So they're leading in District 38 by about 10 points in the assembly race right now. We'll have to see what the remaining votes do to that. In District 16, Republicans currently have combined about 52%. To Democrats combined about 48%. So they're leading that by about 4% in District 16. Republicans, we've known for a while they're leading in District 11, 52% combined to about 47%. Republicans are leading District 2, so they have a combined about almost 60% there. Your Democrats combined 40%. And this District 8, which would be a hold for the not flip, they currently hold a 58% of the vote to Democrats 42%. So all in all, the flips we have right now would be District 16, District 38, District 11, and District 2. So that'd be 8 seats total. They need to flip another 4 seats. We'll have to see what happens when we finally get votes in from Salem to what happens in District 3. I expect Republicans to be up then, because they're only narrowly behind right now. The Democrat combined vote in District 3 is only 50.3 to Republicans, I believe, 49.7. Evan. So they'll probably flip District 3 when we get Salem in. And on the other hand, when we get vote by mails, from Bergen, we'll see if they still lead in 38. They very well could. They have a 10-point lead. So
30. They're not going to be leading in the assembly in the Sarlo seat, but I think it's possible they could lead in the 38.
Yeah, they're not going to win 36, but they could. They're the real champ. They could win 38. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're leading by a lot right now. Although you can see even then, you can see Joe Logana's candidate quality per se, because Joe Logana is merely leading by 4 points, while the assembly candidates in 38 are losing by 10 points.
Yeah, again, and this is something we've seen throughout the night. Even with Senate candidates who are losing, you've still seen them running ahead of their assembly counterparts. I mean, you can see it pretty clearly with Steve Sweeney, with Vin Gopal, even with Andrew Zwicker. I haven't checked the 2nd district again yet to see how Armato and Fitzpatrick are running against Mazzeo, but given the fact there are still Atlantic County votes out, I do not think that Mazzeo is going to win at this point, but it stands a chance to become a closer race. In the meantime, I'd like to run the viewers through the latest projections that we have in the state Senate. In the 9th district, which is Atlantic, includes portions of Atlantic, Burlington, and Ocean counties, including Stafford, Berkeley, and Little Egg Harbor. Incumbent Republican Christopher Connors has been projected re-election, so at this point, most of the Republican caucus has won re-election. Our next projection after that, let's see which one it was. Yep, Robert Singer in the 30th district in Ocean and Monmouth, the home of Lakewood. Singer has been reelected there. That has also been projected. In the 28th district, which is Bloomfield and Nutley, Ronald Rice has been reelected. That's a majority black seat. The 31st district is the home of Bayonne in Hudson County. Democratic Senator Sandra Cunningham has been reelected. Famous Democratic Senator Brian Stack, who represents the Jersey City, Union City, and Hoboken 33rd district, has been reelected. And Nia Gill has been reelected in the 34th district. That's East Orange, Montclair, and Clifton. So before we go to our next topic, I'm just going to quickly go through the races that we have not yet projected. The 1st district, Testa has a pretty commanding lead right now over Garcia Balicki, but it hasn't been projected yet. The 2nd district has not been called, but with 58% in, Vince Palestina is leading Vince Mazzeo, 58 to 42% uncalled there. Steve Sweeney, again, in a precarious situation, 55% in, and the Senate president is leading by 50.8 to 49.1, so a very close race there. The 5th, 6th, and the 7th districts, all Democratic leads right now. The 7th is a little close, but it's early. But again, all very early, still waiting on a lot more votes there, so they haven't been counted yet. The 8th district, we're still waiting on a lot of Burlington to come in to see how that will shape up for Don Adiego. But right now, the challenger, Gene Stanfield, leads the party-switching senator 56 to 43. Moving further along, Linda Greenstein is in a close race right now against Adam Elias. She leads him by just 0.4%, too close to call. In the 15th district, which includes Trenton, too early to call. Most of those Trenton votes, and just in general, a lot of the votes are still out in Mercer County. Moving further along, in the 18th district, that's the Patrick Deignan seat, so East Brunswick and Edison. He's winning by about 20 points, 77% in. You'll probably end up seeing a call there soon, but for now, uncalled, as is the 19th district for Joe Vitale. The 21st district still uncalled. Same with the 26th. The 32nd, 35th, 36th, all Democratic leads, although the 36th is still going to end up being closer than expected at the end of the night. Gordon Johnson leads pretty well in his race to replace Loretta Weinberg, and that race should eventually be projected. And then Joe Logana is in a precarious situation. So that gets us to, at the moment, 10 Democrats projected and 8 Republicans projected the battle to 21, 18 total seats. So 22 seats are still outstanding in the state Senate based off of our current projections. And we've only called one race on our board, New Jersey's 25th district, a likely Republican race that we projected for incumbent Republican Tony Bucco Jr. So I'll throw it first to Yesh because I know he wanted to say something. And then after that, I'll throw it to Dominic because he hasn't spoken in a while and, wants to go there. And then after that, we'll go back to the governor's race.
Well, I just wanted to point out, but Ethan beat me to it because he just saved the best part for the end. That the 38th race, right? If we're really missing Bergen County mail-ins, right, is probably going to swing. The margins are not wide enough that the Democrats won't be safe there. I did some quick math. We don't have any numbers as to how many Bergen County mail-in ballots there were this election. But we do know that in June in the primary, approximately 22% of all Bergen County voters voted by mail. So if no Bergen County votes haven't voted yet, that would project out mail-in votes haven't counted yet. That would project outwards to about 40,000 votes left. But maybe some have been counted, maybe none. Right? We just don't know. But there could be up to 40,000, presumably heavily Democratic-leaning votes left to be counted in Bergen County alone.
Yeah, and I mean, Dominic, I want to hear your thoughts on this first, and then I promise our audience we'll take a break from the legislature for a bit because those close races aren't going anywhere, and we're going to go back to the governor's race. I'll give you a rundown of what's going on with the gubernatorial results, and we'll go through that. But Dominic, what do you have to add?
Well, I'm looking through Twitter as of right now. Am I able to quote a tweet from David Wildstein just 1 minute ago?
Yes, sure.
He said Murphy's 16,000 vote lead in Middlesex County is about 14,000 less than 2017. Now, Middlesex, as what we see right now, 99% in, he's only up by 8 points. You look at Union County, 22-point lead for Murphy, 84% in. That's really not enough. Essex County, Murphy should be winning, as he said himself, by 5 touchdowns. He's winning only by 72-26. Really not enough for a Democratic governor, especially like him. 64% in. Hunterdon is another one. I tell you, Chattarelli need what I said before. He needed to keep it close in North Jersey and the Democratic counties where Murphy wanted to win it by 5 touchdowns. Chattarelli should have swooped in and said, you know what, we're gonna keep the score close. Like this, I can barnstorm the rest of the state and blow it up like right here in Ocean County and over here in Monmouth County. 24-point win compared to Donald Trump winning by only 3 points last year. What a swing! What a swing for Chattarelli, as he's really looking unbelievably good so far.
Yeah, and again, Phil Murphy's campaign right now is looking at Essex, 64% reporting, and overall these counts keep being recalibrated and going down. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but there definitely are a lot of votes out. That's something we can all agree on, looking at the results as they stand. Chattarelli still has a narrow lead as we edge back up towards 80%. But the fundamentals are true. If you look at this Middlesex race, Murphy's winning by only 9. He won by 17 last time. So you've already got, a good 8-point swing, if you will, toward the Republicans. In Bergen, Chattarelli still has a lead in Bergen right now. Passaic, Murphy's only up by 6 in Passaic. He won it by 23 points last time. Just like in Virginia, where you're seeing lots of swings in the opposite direction, you're seeing those here. In Essex County, that's a county where Guadagno only got 18% of the vote. So going from 18.8% to 26.5%, in the grand scheme of things, that's pretty significant. Even in Union County, Guadagno didn't do as horribly as she did in Essex. She got 32.6%. But even there, Chattarelli's seeing an improvement up to 38.4%. And you have 84% reporting there. Even in Hudson, let's take Hudson County, for example. In Hudson County, Guadagno only got 17.5% of the vote. But if you look at where Hudson is now, it's just a little bit short in total votes reported here of where it was 4 years ago, and Chitterelli's at 25.4. So a similar kind of 6-7 point improvement to what you're seeing in Essex. At the same time, he's holding on in Morris and Hunterdon, even though those counties have begun to shift at the federal level. And in Somerset, even, we're at 75% in now, so we just got another ballot drop here. And Chitterelli is ahead 52-47, roughly, in Somerset, and continues to do well in South Jersey, where, as I said, Murphy's effectively completely collapsed in South Jersey from 4 years ago. Republican numbers really had nowhere to go but up, even though we're still counting on a lot of votes that are outstanding in Gloucester and Atlantic. And you have something to say, Dominic?
I was just going to say, Murphy, as I'm looking at the results, it's still moving 76% in. Murphy just broke 1 million votes. He's at 1,02,795. That's 48.8 compared to Chitterelli with 50.4. So we haven't seen this, I think, so far in the history of New Jersey, at least in the past 20 years, that both candidates for governor have hit 1 million votes. If my mind is correct, correct me if I'm wrong. If someone wants to look back at 2009.
It was only 2009. I actually have all the turnout math in here for governor elections since 1957. And like I said earlier, 2009 is like I said, Virginia's usually mid 40s in its governor contest. We're usually upper 30s in terms of turnout. So you are right. Besides 2009, if I look back at the data I have up here, both candidates got over 1 million votes in 1993 and 1997. But then it didn't happen again until 2009. And it obviously has not happened in the last two races, which were both landslide victories. So, I mean, that's worth looking at. But for our viewers, I'm going to have to readjust the model that I kind of made, a nice crude thing in Google Sheets for the governor's race, because turnout does appear a little bit higher now. So I can't really base it off of 2017 numbers anymore.
I'd like to just quickly note something. So before the election, notably in Lakewood, the VOD endorsed Phil Murphy for re-election. This is after Phil Murphy narrowly carried Lakewood by 1% in 2017, despite going for Trump by 65%. This year, with all Lakewood precincts reporting, Jack Chitterelli is going to win Lakewood by about 25 points. So that's much worse than by 24 points. That's much worse than Trump's 65% margin in the district in the town in 2020. But given that the leadership of the Orthodox Jews endorsed Phil Murphy, that's a pretty good victory for Jack Chitterelli in this otherwise Phil Murphy plus one town.
Right. I mentioned this earlier, and I spoke about this elsewhere when the VOD endorsement came out. But the Lakewood does not vote as a block the same way some other Orthodox Jewish communities do. And more importantly, the likely Lakewood voter for a gubernatorial election, right, is not as likely to be. So I did not expect a 25-point win. I expected maybe 55-45 tops. But the person who's likely going to vote anyway is more likely to be those Trump voters who are going to be in the Chitterelli camp, right? There are plenty of voters who might vote anyway for a local race, and then they'll just listen to the VOD if they don't care about the governor. But those who be willing to, there are plenty of voters who want to vote on their own, and the VOD endorsement is not going to sway them as much as the endorsements of the leaders of the Hasidic communities in upstate or Borough Park, in upstate New York or Borough Park would. Yeah. Right. So there's a bit of a likely voter model within the Orthodox community built in there, that those who are more willing to vote in an off year in a gubernatorial election, not just a presidential year, are more likely to be those who would not be as swayed by the VOD's endorsement.
Yeah, to be clear, there's still a giant swing. It's still a 40 points.
Yeah.
40 point swing from 2020. However, it's just not big enough.
Right, but
yeah.
In one of the, I've read the precinct name. Right, the biggest precinct swing from 2016 to 2020 was in an ultra-Orthodox community where they voted 497-1 for Hillary Clinton in 2016 and 495-2 for Donald Trump in 2020 because they vote entirely as a block. Right, that is not what you get in Lakewood, and that is what some people expected to get in Lakewood based on the VOD endorsement. but Lakewood is not quite the same as the upstate New York clustered communities.
Yep.
It's a 40-point swing. It's not a 200-point swing.
Yep, and I'm going to begin to go through the assembly races and fill out what we projected so that I can report back to the viewers. But we're kind of in a holding pattern with the results in the gubernatorial race here. As I mentioned, we're still waiting on ballot reporting from the key counties, but Chitterelli still holds a lead of roughly 2 points as we approach 80% reporting overall. But yes, to our viewers, we're still watching all these races, trying our best. Chitterelli actually just fell below 2%. He's now up by 1.9%. Am I looking at that wrong? Yeah, 1.9% it appears, with 79% reporting in. I'll run you through the key counties just as an update. Bergen is 76% in. It's been recalibrated often because we're waiting on VBMs, but Chitterelli is leading there 52 to 47. Passaic, 47% in. Hudson County, 59%. Essex, 64. Union, 84. A lot of votes still out there. Middlesex, 99% in, so not as much. So in terms of the counties, I'll reword it this way. Let's look at the counties where most of the vote is in. Warren, Morris, Hunterdon, and Middlesex right now are all reporting in excess of 99% of their votes being reported. If you look elsewhere, Ocean County and Monmouth also reported. Cape May, same thing. Gloucester, same thing. Camden, not quite. So still got some votes out in Camden and Atlantic in South Jersey, and then obviously Cumberland and Salem. Burlington is another big one. 71% is in Burlington now. So we've seen a new drop for Burlington that has caused Phil Murphy to climb back up to 45%. And it hasn't helped Don Adiego much. In fact, for some reason, the District 8 count right now says it's over 99% reporting. So I'm not sure what's going on there.
I think that might be
Yeah. Yeah. And then you still got votes out in Somerset, 75% in. And then in the Democratic spine, particularly Mercer, Union, or even more so Mercer, Essex, and Hudson, there's still a lot out. But again, if Chitterelli can shave a few points off of that, it looks good for him. Even if he doesn't win tonight or tomorrow, or this race is probably not going to be called tonight, he's going to end up having a close race. And he certainly did outrun expectations, even our expectations. And our expectations were rather generous for him. Some people were definitely not on our side that it was a likely race that was 8 points, an 8-point spread that was competitive. But that has panned out to be correct. Moving it off the board, certainly not a possibility.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure with that 8th Senate district because the results just changed and got worse for Adiego, but the amount of votes reporting didn't change. In fact, let me go look at the county breakdown because that doesn't make much sense.
It could be they updated the numbers for Adiego first, and the governor's just catching up, or it could be they haven't caught up the other way yet.
Well, I can say that if Stanfield is winning, she's currently winning the Burlington portion by about 18 points, and the Burlington portion voted for Adiego when she was a Republican by only 4 points, so that would be a 14-point swing to the Republicans. And the Camden portion backed Younkin by 7.6 points in the last election, but currently the Camden portion appears to be backing Stanfield, the Republican, by about that same margin. So if those numbers do hold up, I don't really see a path to victory. And the Atlantic portion is obviously always going to be blood red. In fact, Adiego only got 64% in the Atlantic portion last time. Stanfield's up to almost 72% there. So that would just be a marked increase, a marked improved performance across the state for Stanfield. Across the district for Stanfield and all its core portions. which would mean things are looking pretty grim for Senator Adiego. And in a way, if Atlantic County doesn't change much as we get more of these results, and it could look grim for Assemblyman Mazzio and his Senate bid too.
I found on the Bergen County site, the Bergen County clerk website, right? They say that their mail-in ballot turnout is 0, which presumably means they haven't counted any yet. And not that they actually got none. They also have counted no provisionals. They have a few thousand votes. Oh, it just updated on DDHQ also. So every precinct in Bergen County has been counted. They've counted every single precinct, all 561. And there seem to be missing their mail-in votes, unless they just somehow said there was no turnout, subsumed them under early votes. But that seems highly improbable.
Chitterelli has taken the lead in Passaic, now 57% reporting. Even if Murphy does end up winning Passaic, once all the votes are reported, it's almost certainly going to be a massive drop-off from his 20-plus point victory 4 years ago. And that would definitely not be what he wants to see. Moving further down to Essex even, if Chitterelli keeps inching up, the closer he gets to 30%, the more risky it becomes for Phil Murphy, because a Democrat here should really be able to crack above 80 in Essex and keep their Republican contender below 20%, let alone 30. We're going to have to wait and see. Bergen could go back to Murphy, but like I was saying with Ethan earlier, he doesn't need to win Bergen to win the election.
Right.
He really what he really needs is he needs to run up the score in North Jersey. That's typically how it happens for Democrats. It has for New Jersey. It has for Virginia. Much of the same in both of these states in the past few hours. Glenn Younkin, of course, he had the big crowds in Loudoun County. Jack Chitterelli, he's barnstormed the entire state, and now of course, you just said he's inching up to 30%. He's keeping it at least a little bit closer than it was 4 years ago, and that's all he needs to do. He needs to keep it more and more close. And I think the big endorsement from the mayor of Belleville played a huge part, especially in Belleville, where and I know I brought this up earlier, but in Belleville, they're on the same pipeline as Newark. Remember the Newark-led water crisis? The commissioner of the environmental protection in New Jersey, Catherine McCabe, she told Mayor Michael Melham of Belleville, Mayor, Belleville's on their own. I'm not surprised with the endorsement of Chitterelli. He put up an entire billboard showing folks about how Murphy's environmental commissioner dissed him in the call and hung up on him, and that's his perceived notion of the Murphy administration. And maybe that could have transpired in Belleville, knowing that people saw that Melham may have endorsed Chitterelli, and Chitterelli has actually showed up to Belleville time and time again. Murphy hasn't in the past few months.
I'd like to mention that I think they adjusted down Essex, down from before 83% estimated, now it's down to 64% estimated for some reason.
Oh, it's been there for like 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Although I will say we're at 80% now statewide reporting, and Chitterelli's lead has increased slightly again from that Passaic drop. It put it back above 2 points. He's actually at about 2.4 points right now as a statewide lead.
Oh my God.
I looked on the Passaic County site. They seem to have counted all their early votes and mail-ins, and they also, of the precincts fully reporting, the more northern presumably more Republican part seems to have already been counted. Also, there's not much left. Only 16 precincts not completely reported, and they seem in the middle, in the neck of in that little bottleneck of the county.
Yeah, it says there's 57. It's estimated 57% of the vote is in.
Again, a Republican is not going to win Passaic because of Patterson and Passaic itself, two heavily Democratic communities in the district. I have a feeling these numbers will balance out for Murphy, but holding Murphy to single digits or low double digits in Passaic once all the VBMs are in. I mean, that's a big deal for Chitterelli. I mean, we're talking about a county that voted for Murphy by 22 points. So every vote counts in the Democratic spine because he's run up his numbers where he needs to run them up. Now it's about how much can I chip Murphy's numbers away in the places where Murphy should be strong. That's really the name of the game for Chitterelli because now that he has a lead, you have to figure these last 20% of votes to come in are going to benefit Murphy. So the Chitterelli campaign has to hope that they can chip just enough away from Murphy to be able to edge out a victory.
Yeah.
If they're looking at a victory strategy right now.
Essex County has counted over 42,000 early votes between early votes and mail-ins. Presumably that is the bulk of it, and so everything else, just the last 50 precincts are just all that's left is the 50 election day precincts. Although for that to only be 64% seems low, so maybe there's some mail-in left. I'll check their what their mail-in numbers were. Actually, there's no way to compare 2017 now for that, so that's useless.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at these results for governor, it's going to be a long time before we have, a sense of security about who's going to be able to win this race. Certainly,
New Jersey's usually not this competitive late. Does it always take New Jersey this long to count, or are they slower this year?
New Jersey's usually pretty slow.
It's always slow.
Like really slow. Not California or New York slow, but pretty slow.
Well,
it won't be called tonight. Some of these close legislative races won't be called for a few days because any ballot postmarked by Election Day VBM has to still be counted.
Salem County votes came in also.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. I don't think we mentioned the Salem County votes yet.
That has, as expected, like I predicted, put over the line. Sweeney is losing.
Sweeney's losing badly.
Wait,
he
hold on.
was an 18-point swing in the Gloucester portion, and
my God,
worst performance 4 years ago was in the Salem portion. So it makes sense that Sweeney's toast now.
Yeah, Sweeney looks to be toast.
Yep,
He really didn't take this guy seriously at all. A truck driver, Republican, could actually take Sweeney out.
He's going to take out one of the most controversial figures in our state politics. That's the biggest upset I can think of in my memory of covering New Jersey politics.
Yeah,
that's absolutely.
I mean,
crazy.
Vin Gopal, that's an upset if he loses, but
yeah,
I mean, the thing is for Sweeney, you have 10% of votes out, but he failed essentially where he needed to do well. Everything that's left is hostile to Sweeney. There's not anywhere else where you can really garner more votes.
Honestly, with results like these, I'm wondering how much you can blame Sweeney for this at this point. Because I think Biden's probably going to be losing this upwards, maybe close to 20 points. His district. I mean, not Biden, no, Murphy.
Yeah, it's going to be. It'll be pretty bad.
Sweeney. Yeah, because again, Sweeney put $1 million in the district, so it's not like he did nothing. But yeah, gosh.
It looks like it's already more. It's already at 3,000 votes more than they had 4 years ago. But it looks like this is all mail-in and early from Salem County because their reports, which came out actually half an hour ago, it took a while to get to the sites because it's a PDF. Says that 0 out of 45 precincts have been counted. So presumably they were low turnout election day votes, but there'll be a few more in. There's probably a little more to be juiced out of Salem County, again for Durr and for Chitterelli.
Murphy's taking the stage right now. Yeah, I think he's going to probably defer. He's going to punt it off until tomorrow to talk about the election. Wow. Unreal. The fact that this race is tight as it is, with Chitterelli leading. If I'm able to turn it up a little bit. So he's having his victory party in the same location that it was 4 years ago in the concert hall in Asbury Park.
Yeah, Well, we don't have any new legislative projections. We're really just biding our time and reporting updates to the votes. I mean, there's still a little bit out in Salem, but for someone like Steve Sweeney, it's looking pretty rough.
But Hudson County released a report, an unofficial summary of all their early votes. So they seem to think all their early votes were done first. Only 14,000 of them.
So Hudson's just election day votes left in.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, again, this is what I'm saying. If you're the Chitterelli campaign and you're thinking, how can we shave a few points off of a Murphy margin from 4 years ago? If all you have left in Hudson or Essex are election day votes, and you're already at 25, 26% of the vote, then you're already doing, in this case, in Hudson, if Jack gets up to 27%, he's at 25. So it's about an 8-point overperformance from 4 years ago. That's
the
right.
Hudson County website claims they're done. They say that it's an extremely low turnout, but they say that all 454 districts are completely reported and all mail-ins and absentees are completely reported. According to the Hudson County,
then that is a very bad sign for Murphy because he's just seen a GOP swing of 8.
Right. He both missed his margins and turnout was lower than 4 years ago.
Yeah, and the same. Well, yes, okay. As I said, I mean, if that's true, turnout is lower in Hudson.
Right. It's a twofer. Right. He lost in percentage and he won by 10,000 fewer raw votes than he did last time.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Essex right now, Essex is still 10,000 votes short of where it was 4 years ago. And obviously, just like in Hudson, Chitterelli's doing way better than Guadano did in Essex. Guadano only got
Essex is missing 50 in-person precincts, though.
Still, it's not going to much exceed its margin from 4 years ago when it comes to overall turnout. Yeah, I don't. These races are too close to call. We're not going to be able to have a result in this governor's race.
Union County says they're done reporting for the night. They say most precincts are completely reported. 21 haven't reported yet, and they don't give any detail on whether they counted all of their earlier mail-in.
Yeah, I mean, until we get reliable numbers essentially out of the spine counties and even counties where Jack is leading right now, like Somerset, Burlington, Atlantic, for example, or even 5% is still out in Salem, Cumberland's still out. Until we have those numbers, we're not going to be able to make a reliable pick because Chitterelli's had a pretty consistent 2-point lead, but this last 20% of votes that's left out to report, you know, it's gonna make or break the election. And already we've exceeded turnout from 2017. So this is the highest turnout we've had since 2009. So definitely, probably the highest enthusiasm we've had in a gubernatorial race since then as well. So that's just good from a standpoint of democracy and voter participation.
My God, I mean, look at this. Now, yeah, it's a 2-point lead, and Chitterelli's up 80% in. Murphy just took the stage saying that he will address everyone at a later time, of course. That means basically the Victory Party is over for the night, that they won't be hearing from him at least tonight, and they will be speaking more about it tomorrow. And seeing how the results keep coming in the next few days, because it looks to be, given how slow the results have come in for New Jersey, let's see how long Chitterelli will hold out before he comes out and talks about what he thinks about the results so far.
Yeah, so this stream is going to end at 1. Until then, we're going to continue covering results, but ultimately, we're probably just going to focus on really handicapping, analyzing some of these close toss-up races, if you want to describe them that way, because quite frankly, and this goes for Virginia too, but these close legislative races are not going to be called tonight. There are a lot. Our team has not called a lot of the key races on the board in Virginia right now. There are certainly candidates that have an advantage in those districts, but we have not made the definitive call out of an abundance of caution. That same thing's going on in New Jersey. So we're going to have to wait and see. Until then, I think we can just run through some of the results. We're probably not going to see many more projections tonight out of the two states. If a race is close for the legislature or there are a lot of votes out, in the case of Virginia, it's not as much there are a lot of votes out as it is that you've got a lot of close races, marginal races. Our team is not going to project against an incumbent, even if they're down by either a narrow margin or a more significant margin, without significant evidence to support the call. So, like in Virginia's 12th district, for example, one of the important races, Chris Hurst, the two-term incumbent, is down by 10 points to Jason Ballard, but that race won't be projected until tomorrow. I mean, a lot of these races, Virginia and New Jersey, these really important legislative contests, we're going to have to wait there. And the executive offices in Virginia might have been called, but New Jersey, we're going to have to wait. There are just too many votes out, and we're counting pretty slow, unlike Virginia. So the gubernatorial race, we're not going to have a call tonight, and then let's see what else I can inform you of. The 8th, the 2nd district Senate races, no call tonight. The 3rd district, 11th district, 16th district, 21st. Pretty much all of the seats that are anywhere marginally competitive tonight, we're probably not going to see a call. We're still at 10-8 on the total Senate composition here.
Harrison, before you go on, Jack Chitterelli's on stage. Talk about the results right now.
I mean, his whole campaign should be very pleased with how they're doing. I'll state it as simply as that.
Yeah, Eric Arpert, the campaign manager, and the entire campaign really did a fantastic job working this campaign and spreading the word about Jack Chitterelli. And now, months ago, you would have thought that this would never happen. And look at him now. He could possibly win, but we don't know.
It's going to be we can't make any projections. We're not going to project anything until our team has enough evidence in either way to make a call, and we're not going to have that evidence tonight in New Jersey and in a lot of these close races for the House of Delegates. We're going to wait until everything is certified. When it's certified, it's certified. But until then, even if the margin looks suspicious, we're going to stick to saying an incumbent, for example, like Chris Hurst, very strong underdog, probably in a lot of trouble. But until the race is actually called, in fact, I'm not sure if it has been called. Oh, it has been projected. Good. It was projected. That's what I thought. Okay, that makes more sense. So someone like Chris Hurst has officially lost, according to our projections. But somebody like Edward Durr is leading Steve Sweeney, but we're not going to know if he actually won until tomorrow. Same with Laurie Annetta against Finn Gopel. We have a lot of close races on the board, and that surprises me because as someone who loves elections, we all know that competitive elections are fun, and they're the coolest races to look at. Nobody likes safe races. They're boring. So seeing all these competitive matchups makes me happy.
Bergen County just put in its mail-in votes. Yeah, Murphy looks like he won Bergen County by approximately 11,000 votes. 4.2%.
Yeah, that margin's still small enough for Chitterelli to theoretically win, considering he won by 15 4 years ago.
Burlington County has not counted early votes or absentees. They have reported none. So that explains part of the discrepancy. So that should swing back towards Murphy a bit. And Atlantic County has reported all of its early votes and some of its absentees. So again, when the rest of the absentees are reported in, that will probably swing somewhat heavily towards Murphy. Although I don't know if he can overcome a 25-point gap there.
I don't believe they put in the Bergen vote by mail yet for the legislative districts.
Yeah, no, Lagana should be back in the lead, and 36 should be less close.
Yeah.
Yeah. They adjusted the DDHQ at least hasn't just at the governor level.
Yeah, they've adjusted the governor. I'm not sure they. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll trickle down in a minute.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. District 14 is really close right now. It's only a 0.3% difference.
Yeah, that might be the closest race on the board right now. Yeah, it is the closest race currently. Again, the Mercer County portion accounts for about 60% of the vote here. And it says 99% in, and Elias is winning it. The Middlesex portion is generally more Democratic, but not overwhelmingly so. This district, there's still a lot out in Middlesex, according to this count. I mean, it's only 55% in. I would patiently wait here. You know, these, again, I love to see all these close races. They're exciting and fun, but it's definitely more than we expected coming into the night. I'll say that. And I'll still be tweeting updates out on the Elections Daily account after we end. But it seems that results have slowed. So we'll probably be wrapping up in about 5 minutes or so, and then I will continue covering things on the Twitter space.
Were you calling me, Harrison?
What'd you say?
Were you calling me? Sorry, I wasn't paying
No,
attention.
I wasn't. I was saying we're going to probably wrap up here in about 5 minutes or so. 12:45 probably, and then I'm going to transfer over to sending out tweet updates every few minutes. But I'm going to start recording these results in my spreadsheet. Then I can kind of get just a baseline and then update it over the next few days as we get more results until certification.
Okay.
Yeah. Just as sort of a final wrap up for the counties, I believe there are 7 counties on currently 99% reported, greater than 99% estimated reported: Cape May, Gloucester, Hunterdon, Middlesex, Monmouth, Ocean, and Warren. And currently, Jack is overperforming Kim Godogno by almost 19% in Cape May, 23% in Gloucester, only 3% in Hunterdon, 8% in Middlesex, 11% in Monmouth, 10% Ocean, 5% in Warren. There's also like Salem, which is 95% in. He's winning that by 29%, which is let me see how big is that. He's winning by 29%, which would be a 25% overperformance over Kim Godogno. He's also winning Morris by he's got 97% in Morris. He's winning that by 16%. That would be 8% overperformance of Godogno. And let's see, yeah.
I guess I'll go next.
Final thoughts from you guys?
I guess I'll go next after. So from what I see, of course, in my home county, Monmouth, our county commissioner and our county commissioner, Sue Kiley, the Republican, she was the lone county commissioner that was up for re-election. She got re-elected by a very wide margin against the Democratic challenger. That's a new result coming in. But Vin Gopal and Lori Annetta, that's probably one of the biggest upsets, second to Steve Sweeney, if that holds up against the truck driver Edward Durr. But Vin Gopal, formerly one of the popular senators in New Jersey, the youngest senator in the New Jersey State Senate, possibly will be getting kicked from office, along with his running mates, Eric O'Taling and Joanne Downey, who were sailed into office in the anti-Christie wave, the precursor to when Murphy won in 2017. They got elected 2015. And other interesting updates you got in Manasquan, a primarily Republican town who elects Democratic mayors and council members. They just elected 2 Republican council members. Eatontown, who elected separately a Democrat and a Republican to council last year, they were electing 2 Republicans this year. And Of course, an update up in Nutley. I have to acknowledge my friend Nick Scotti. He won in Nutley, probably going to be the youngest elected official in the state of New Jersey, a Nutley board member at 19 years old. Congratulations, Nick, and all the best to you. And yeah, that's all I have so far. Of course, somebody just said, Dominic, I live in Long Branch. Yeah, I live in Long Branch too. We're both right around the corner from Bengal Pal. Really a shell shock to Monmouth County all over.
Yes, do you have any final thoughts?
I just wanted to mention, just because Dominic mentioned it earlier that that McAuliffe spoke and said he wasn't conceding. We're working with DDHQ, and they called the race very early, but most of the major networks waited until just now. So the fact that he didn't concede hours ago is a little more explained. I don't want viewers in our stream to miss the fact that while we called the race because we were very confident that the lead would hold up, a few hours ago others were less confident, and those are the others that might be more well known in more well known in general. So McAuliffe's lack of concession hours ago doesn't quite say as much as a lack of concession now might.
Yeah. Okay. And then I would just say final thoughts here. We're 82% in. It's going to keep getting closer. I don't know who's going to win. I'm just going to say that straight up. I don't know who's going to win the governor's race. I don't know who's going to win most of these close legislative contests. If New Jersey in the past and Virginia from the last two House of Delegates cycles has shown us anything, it's that it really, as they say, ain't over till it's over. And if you have a marginal race, it can fluctuate, especially given the fact that compared to Virginia, there are a lot more votes out in New Jersey right now. But with that, what I can say from an objective standpoint is that this has been a good night for Republicans in both states, and I would argue better than we expected, especially in New Jersey so far.
Yeah.
Before, a lot of votes actually just came in that we might want to address before we wrap up, because the lead just shrunk from Chitterelli's lead just shrank from about 45,000 votes to about 18,000 votes.
Where do you come from?
I'm currently searching. I just thought we should address that before we wrap it up.
Yeah, definitely. Chitterelli's at 50.02%, Murphy at 49.24%. Really, really razor thin race, and people are going to be looking at New Jersey for the next day or two, and hopefully less than that. But let's see what happens.
All eyes are on New Jersey. You know, never thought Virginia was going to be a marquee race, and it was interesting. But don't forget about us here.
Yeah, talk about
I'm
marquee race.
very glad that we have the closer race this time. But yeah, with that, we're going to close off here, and I'll have some articles coming out analyzing the results with some maps once they're certified. And the certification process will not happen this week, but we're going to be able to continue to cover the race on Twitter. I'm going to try and do live updates every half hour on Twitter for the next few hours as we get results. But until then, thank you very much to all for watching, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, guys.
See ya.
Thank you.